Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第239天。It is day 239. Got a lot to cover from yesterday. Had a bit of a substantial off day. So let's cover the vocabulary first, right? Well, I dropped a component here. This was the component I dropped. 值得 worth. So have value. 实施 dang it. Maybe it'll come back to me. I know. Sure. Implement. But I'm focusing on carrying out, which is why I only remembered carrying out. Which sure we're talking about. It could be established, it could be build. Alright. We'll look up that. I mean, I might as well. Reality. Reality is the... What? Oh. Well, now I gotta rewrite it because it's a different URL. I don't know how they code the backend for HanziHero, but that's the reality of it. Oof. Ugh. Pretty sure it's shellfish, right? Yeah, sure. My proportions could be much better. Fine. Implement. And then fa pang. This was very, very disappointing. Fa pang. I want that to be right. Not what I think it is. No, it's not that. Not shellfish. Is it moon? No, it's not moon. I forgot again. That's annoying. Like, does it look? No, no, no. Oh no, it is moon. Oh, it's because I messed up the half. Can't wait. And then we have tons of characters. Chi triggered me quite a lot yesterday. Yes. And we're using plan. Tie was kind of disappointing. Swapping it up a little. On Tie. Alright. Paste. Chung, we're swapping it up as well. Shirt. G. Achievement. No, wait, that's, yeah. Wait. Heckin' I before E except after C nonsense? Wait. What looks better? Oh, no. Wait, does achievement even have? I think so. There's still quite a few more, right? Oh, I think I missed a couple vocabulary words. Moreover. Furthermore. 况且. We're using furthermore, which coincidentally lines up with something else today in Wanikani. And then elevation, which is like take out high ba. Ba. Which is elevation. Okay. Mole we swapped up as well. Hmm. Wooden baskets. Well, just certain. You won't be here long, but you conclude everything is getting worse and was probably just trying to be optimistic or something. Interesting. So that's pretty rapid. It's only been like less than a week, right? So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Mika, if everything's getting worse? Kind of rapid deductions here. She hasten. She walk. I think that's like prison with mountains. It's a big conclusion. I mean, I have no. That's snappy decisions or snappy decisions. I think that's it. Covered stuff from yesterday. They're pretty good still. My head. Okay, so let's go into our lessons. 宿舍. Overnight, stay overnight, hut, place, dormitory, makes sense. 这是我们的新宿舍.
宿舍.
One of them unadded you out of nowhere and didn't add you back. The non just talks to her one friend in Korean, so you're not even there. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Okay. I'm not entirely sure if that tells you if things are going better or not. But there are 4 other people in the room in your place, so got 4 more people. The unadding thing, yeah. That sounds about right. And Koreans, you'll be sticking with Koreans, I suppose. To resign. Let's see, resign plus just quit. Oh no, job. Resign job. Oh. Why did I think it was something like Sai? Right. Resign. 辞职. 他决定辞职.
他决定辞职.
辞职. Okay.
辞职.
Oh, see, you're no longer optimistic at all, though, and been talking to a couple others about it, not from the campus. That's fair. I mean, if you're not optimistic, or the word I feel like would be a particular use here would be if you don't feel auspicious, that those are auspicious moves. Being not optimistic doesn't increase your chances, in my opinion. But being realistic could help. People adding and not adding back, that's not quite pessimistic nor optimistic. That's something that happens very often. And obviously you have to understand where and in what context the adding and removing involves. And then the second thing you listed, that didn't change, at least from my impressions, because you didn't really talk about that person in the first place. So them continuing to talk Korean with their Korean friends sound like you just going about your business similarly as well, right? if you wanted to become optimistic, the I didn't think you were optimistic in the first place. It's interesting. I don't know. It's interesting. I guess you can always continue to talk to people from your not campus. It seems like something else came about it.
鲜艳
And yeah. Xian, fresh, colorful, brightly colored. Interesting. Something freshly colored would be brightly, or would appear, I guess, more vibrant. And yeah. Vibrant. Fresh. In a different way. 他喜欢穿鲜艳的衣服。
他喜欢穿鲜艳的衣服。
You've been trying to be since someone said to? That's interesting. That's often typically, yeah, fairly sound advice when you're being optimistic. I'm not sure if that person meant proactively optimistic or passively optimistic, because when you're passively optimistic, then that would be the same as looking at the bright side of things, but not capitalizing or using it in any way. Korean situation did change. Interesting. Sat together with Korean girl, but she didn't talk to you at all, and then her friend came over and she was suddenly really chatty. I don't see how that's a situation change. It's pretty obvious that whatever your roommates are, they have friends outside of you before they met you. So that would be a pessimistic look at things. You could all I'm not sure if you took the opportunity to be optimistically active. An optimistic active move would be to ask how they know each other and be involved in what they are chatting about, and not whether they would chat with you or not. Right. That would be an optimistic approach. Looking at it as something that changed because I don't know, maybe, like, here's one thing. Did you know that that person had another Korean friend? They probably did. I don't think the situation changed. What you don't know may not be necessarily a change. Right. It would be interesting to find out how they know each other, though. That would probably be a thing I would consider interesting. In terms of being direct with the person that removed you, that's a touchy subject, probably. It'd be interesting. I've removed people before, and they've asked me directly, but that was more of a cultural barrier, where this person was more direct about it. But it was in a video game, so not really the context for long-term relations. 千言. There is this lipness test that happens sometimes, and I'm gonna speak personally. This is my projection. There are times when I would sweep my contacts list, because if you don't interact with those people regularly or have use for the contact, I would remove them. And then if anyone noticed that they were removed, then I would be able to explain it and then add them back. But that's a lipness test, because most of the time when I clean up my contacts, most of the people who are removed don't even notice. Either that, or they don't take proactive measures to asking. why that's the case. That's more of a subtextual thing, though. She used to talk to you normally. Also, no, they've met a few days ago. You're fully certain due to the structure of the campus and everyone being completely new. As for being optimistic, passively. If they met a few days ago, then the situation hasn't changed, in my opinion. Because that person met you a few days ago. And since you only met a few days ago, and she only met a few days ago, you don't know what normal is. Like, I think logistically and logically, there isn't a normal. If you're... So it's either they do know each other, or they don't know each other. So if you're asserting that they recently met, then you don't know what normal is. Normal is not normal. You haven't established a normal. You haven't done anything long enough yet to actually know what is optimistic and what is pessimistic, right? A pattern, a behavioral pattern has to happen consistently before you actually know. So ultimately, the reason why I'm a little hesitant to speak any more about this is because when I say you're making large conclusions, right, it's very quick, is largely because everything is new. So whether you either find out what is normal, which takes time also, but it might take less time if they were on talking terms with you. However, everything else you observe can't possibly be normal if they're either new. So if they're normal, then they're old, as in they have been known to interact with each other. I think that would be the most reasonable thing I can say with the limited number of information. As for non-campus friends, they would be a long-distance relationship and a long fight, not really the same as friends IRL. That is your prerogative. Yes. That is your prerogative in thinking that way. If you think long-distance relationships and online friends are not really the same as friends IRL, that would then mean that you behave, I would assume, or presume, that since they're not the same, you behave differently. So talking to your online friends would promote different advice and different discussion topics than campus friends. And to me, that would make it, like, logically speaking, that would make it that most of the things you talk about with your online friend is probably inappropriate and not applicable to your campus friends, because you're in two different spheres. To offer a counterexample, I don't treat my online friends differently than my long distance friends based on or my online friends from my campus friends based on distance. I treat them differently because they're different people and they come from different cultures. That would be why I would consider them different, not because they're long distance and one's long distance and one's not. I think that would be a different perspective. Like, I'm offering how to differentiate between people. I think it would be interesting to see how you differ between them. Like, how do you interact with your online friends that's different from your long distance friends? You might be able to learn something to make the situation similar, as opposed to constantly thinking they're different. Because if they're different, then they can't possibly be relevant to each other. At least in my opinion. Like, this conversation we are having right here, if you are speaking differently, then whatever I say is probably not that relevant to your campus friend situation, since you'll ultimately behave differently, or you treat the situation differently, which I feel that's usually a very social norm. I think lots of people think that way, and they act that way. So it's probably very useful to understand what the difference is, I suppose. Perhaps your skill sets that you're using for friends IRL is substantially different from how you interact on with your online friends, and maybe you can bring some of that energy or however you're doing with your online friends to your campus friends. You more so meant you're more comfortable around those pre-existing too compared to campus ones, but it is true that you have a different way of talking online as well to an extent. Well, now you're basing it on time, right? So you have pre-existing friends, in my opinion, like if I'm reading this carefully, you're more comfortable about people you have pre-existing versus people you don't. So inherently they are different. So until you establish long-term, like a longer-term relationship with your campus friends, they are not the same as your existing online friends, right? So you haven't done that yet. So it can't be seen if you become more comfortable with your campus friends, right? Like my initial thought is you're distinguishing between them. So most of the things that are being distinguished are unchanging. They have not changed yet. You have pre-existing online friends and your campus friends are new, or these are new people in your life. The online friends are pre-existing ones, so inherently they can't be compared, right? Because time hasn't passed sufficiently, so you don't know if it's going bad or good per se. And then if the difference is long distance and IRL, then they are also different based on that. So far, all the situations would imply that you cannot ascertain what's happening at the moment, which makes sense because you said you don't know anymore, and that's part of the growing pains or the learning thing. So you could try what you've done with your online friends. Like, let's say here's a challenge, right? Oftentimes, if you think you're confirming everything is meeting your confirmation, right? You see the things you want to see. That is probably true. You can challenge yourself to say, what if they're not different? And then see where you go from there. That's always a fun little exercise. So what if your online friends are not as different from your IRL friends? Do you remember when you started? Like, how did you become friends with your online friends? Did you do that in your with your IRL friends? If you didn't, that's something you know may work. But if you convince yourself it's different, then you technically will never know. You guess so it's much easier to talk to new people online. The difference is only that it's online though. Then you have fulfilled your own prophecy. So there's not much we can't do anything about that. Oh well, you can be creative. You can meet your IRL friends online. You can be creative about it. You said the only difference is if you truly believe the difference is only that it's online, then meet your IRL friends online. I don't know how you're gonna do that, obviously, because I don't know anything about your IRL friends, but you can still meet them online, right? If you're if I'm taking your word literally, the difference is only that it's online. So it's time to meet your IRL friend online. If they say like, oh, they prefer, you find out they prefer to be IRL most of the time, which, gonna be honest with you, that's a statistically unlikely scenario in this case, in this world we live in. However, you can find an online activity in which you share with your with your IRL friends, and then you'll be, according to you, right, more comfortable. And it doesn't have anything to do with pre-existing relations versus non-pre-existing relations, existing relations. So you got to find an online activity to do with your IRL friends. This is, I'm introducing 0 new ideas right now. Those are based on what you're saying. So I would say find an online activity that you can do with your IRL friends. That addresses the only thing that is keeping you from making friends, or the only big difference that makes you, I suppose. I think that can work. If I would share, I can share a personal anecdote. About 6 years ago, or more than 6 years ago, I met a goober. I was playing a game called Osu, which is a rhythm game. I'm sure you might be familiar with it, largely because of Japanese and whatnot and the trends. And this person interacts almost exclusively online. They are very sociable online. Fast forward 6-7 years, we actually met IRL, and it actually turned out that they lived within 20 minutes away, a 20-minute commute from me. So we tried different things. We tried to like go outside to run, then like hit up different eating joints, but it's not for this person. This person found that it was very laborious. Getting into a car, commuting outside is very tough on the person. But we continue to interact online at this person's comfort. But little by little, this person has started to consider going out. So next year, I'm bringing this person to an anime convention that I went to for the last 18 years. And the thing is, I went this year. I glancingly mentioned some of these activities in IRL, right? Like IRL activities. And it was this person who initiated the invite. So they brought it up again, and we made a promise to each other. So the idea is that this person ended up taking the first move, which is great because I genuinely believe this person wants to do that, but has trouble doing that, right? So over time, and we're talking about someone I met online over like close to 7 years ago. And it was only in the last year and a half that this person considered these activities to be enjoyable, provided that I was around as a friend, right? But you might be thinking, well, okay, well, this person must be so and so, must have common interests and whatnot. We don't share any common interests anymore. Like I don't play the one game, which is Osu, that he plays on a daily basis. We do not belong to the same generation either. I am almost 20 years older than him. He does not like anything I like. I'm indifferent to the things he like. So I'm okay. Like I see he enjoys the things, but he actively dislikes the things I do. So we don't really chat with like interest and whatnot. But we still hang out, and it's online, almost exclusively online, despite being 20 minutes apart and being able to hang out. I suggested some stuff, and then we gave it a try, and it didn't quite work, right? However, maintaining consistent things that you're able to work in an environment can be a great start. So somehow coercing, not really coercing, and that's a really negative word. Somehow like wiggling your way into an environment, like set your comfortable environment, can be conducive to growing from it. You wouldn't be surprised if it being over text actually makes most of the difference. Your background is mostly being a shut-in and running online DC servers, Discord servers, not to say You have no social skills though. Running Discord servers, chatting right now, those are social skills. Now, they don't necessarily belong to the sphere that you're focusing on, right? So stack the game, stack it in your favor. I wouldn't be surprised if they're very integrated online as well. So if it feels overwhelmingly, in my opinion, if it feels overwhelmingly you're way out of your comfort zone, right? That's like IRL socializing or whatnot. I'm presuming this. So pardon my assumptions if that's not the case. Then change the game, you know? Change the context. I once played, we tried a couple games, right? We tried a couple games, but the nature of those games allowed this person to be more exploratory. Because this person is more likely to explore, they felt less and less inclined to be scared of doing something different. So most of the time now, it's like if I wanted to do something, they wouldn't mind trying to do it. And that's kind of how friends work, right? So you gotta start with something that works and then kind of like mature from it. The difference here is though, I don't think people are like, I don't treat people on things I can't control. I treat and be proactive. So the difference between active and passive, right? I focus on things I have control over as opposed to things I don't. So things you don't have control over are time, which is something you've distinguished already between your campus friends and your pre-existing friends. And then your distance, your living situation. So instead of like, there are others that people use all the time. Money, that's something very hard to control. So money, living situation, and pre-existing friends. So background, money, geography, living situation, and prior friends. Those are the 5 that I feel weigh very heavily on people's relational start a relation, like whether it's platonic or romantic or intimate, right? Starting that relation, probably not the greatest. It's good to know these things and acknowledge that they exist. However, using them as a foundation to figure out what you're going to do next it doesn't change that fact, right? Like for example, your roommates. So if you use the idea that your roommates and you maybe decide I don't want to be roommates anymore, I want to have roommates that I can get along with, that situation is not going to change for a year. So spending time thinking about that roommate situation is a passive observation, right? I think that can weigh on someone's decision without being able to change it, right? If you say you can leave anytime and find new roommates, then that comes into play. That's a factor that may come into play that you can work with. I think the online thing, I'm sure they have computers, right? And you have examples of them being online. So finding an online activity would be great. If I'm projecting, again, of course you can't be here for too long. When it comes to China, at least, or Hong Kong or something, Genshin Impact. I mean, Genshin Impact is a solo game, but what I mean is you can reach by talking about things like MiHoYo stuff, or I don't know. You can reach for popular trends and see if anything sticks. I'm not sure if you play Genshin Impact. I don't play Genshin Impact, but maybe like Honkai Star Rail or something. Like talk about Honkai Star Rail, or like you do play Hoyo games? Yeah, I think Hoyo games, talking about Hoyo games is pretty good, or even joining the same Hoyo Discord I mean, I'm sure there's a chance they're into VTubers. These are trends, so I don't want to put you in a box, but the idea is you don't know anything about your roommates enough, right? So the idea is you start somewhere. There are things you can control. People can start playing Hoyo games. They can stop playing Hoyo games, or they can start playing. They can start interacting with other online communities, or have pre-existing online communities. So being part of those online communities can get your through, get your foot through the door. Like my first 3 years with this said person, and throughout the years, we talk about OS, like the OS community, or I watched like the OS World Cups. I talk about people that are related to them because um, that's what interests that person. Um, I'm interested because I'm a participant, but I'm investing in this person's background. I'm not investing in my own. Like when I talk about my stuff, I relate the OS. I explain why the OS community is interesting from my perspective. That person is interested in OS community, and I want to learn what they think about the community that they're part of. So that's where we all start. And then everything else was history. Then we develop things off of it. You know, we watch anime from time to time and then relate it back, I make commentary that's related to them, right? For myself, I don't particularly think I need the attention. So it's something that I can work with. Alternatively, if I do need the attention, then I would go about it some differently, right? You don't know, it's all somewhat uncomfortable, but you've been making an effort to talk to people. Swapping roommates isn't an option. I see. Online, nobody really seems comfortable talking for more than a little. Interesting. I can tell you now, there's another goober that I've met who I'm not sure if he's comfortable or not comfortable with talking. It's very unclear. And it's been over 7 years. It's been close to 7 years as well. That um, it's that this person doesn't express whether they're comfortable or not. However, inherently they end up increasing in talking. What that's about is not necessarily important. It's the idea that while people are not comfortable talking, oftentimes finding shared experiences, not shared like in real time, like synchronized, as in you don't have to play the game at the same time to be able to express and share and vicariously relate in a video game. Hoyo games are very useful for that because Honkai and Genshin, if you know well, since if you're saying you're shut in and you like running Discord servers and whatnot, I think one of the superior behaviors that one can leverage as someone who's like shut in or like very isolated, it's introspection. So you know quite a lot about your own propensities and your own compulsions if you spend time with yourself, right? Like you're have probably a high level of self-awareness. Being able to express that to another person in a similar context, I would say it wouldn't be surprising if if that ends up being a surprisingly useful way to relate to someone. Because when you self-select yourself into something and you find someone else also choosing to self-select themselves into that environment, it's a game of chicken now, in my opinion. And it's for me, it's an endearing game of chicken, which is who is going to express something that everyone's clearly thinking about or likely clearly thinking about first, and then one a little talk becomes a little bit more talk, then becomes a lot of talk, then we enter another area of discussion, but we're not going to go into that there's like codependency and whatnot, but little talk can become long talk. It's you got to start somewhere, right? I think if we rewind it back 6 years ago, it would be us sitting in a chat room in a voice chat and not maybe saying one or two comments to each other over like the course of a 4 or 5 hour period. The whole idea was we shared feeds with each other and understand that we are all doing something, and maybe something might come up if we are doing our activities simultaneously. And that's one of the perks of being online. You can do things simultaneously in a room, virtual room, right? In a virtual room, like screen sharing and stuff. And what you're doing is you're trying to be proactive in sharing your things, but at the same time, it's a passive way of communicating. So it's an indirect way of communicating. My personal take on this is to encourage the person to share something that they care about. And then after they do, I share something back. I reciprocate something. So this conversation would be a great example. You're sharing with me a lot of your things, and then I'm sharing a personal anecdote of my own. So then that becomes a sharing topic. But I'm talking about my online friends because you have made mention of your online friends. My IRL friends, I see and talk maybe once a year. So like the best friends that I talk about, my brothers from another mother, I think I might talk to them once or twice a year. And I don't actually see them very often, if not at all, in multiple years. I think it's been over 1.5 to 2 years since I last literally seen them. So it can be it can be different, I mean, over time, but personal share. I think you can find some online activity, like between, sharing your, I don't know, if you have an Instagram, or share your tweets, something, talk about your tweets or your TikTok best hits, something like that. Unfortunately, this is not my area. I don't do most of those things to communicate to someone. Like, I don't share Instagram posts or TikTok posts, but I imagine nowadays the new generation, like Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, that's how they would demonstrate and express themselves. They would express themselves indirectly through their social media that they have. And I think that still can be a connecting point. My connecting points, obviously we're not the same people and we belong to different cultures. The way I bridge to different cultures is I participate in them. So much like what we spoke about 2 or 3 days ago, I do what they do in order to understand the thing. And then slowly but surely, they may or may not ask what I do. And for myself, the reason why this works, which is not the same as your situation, this is a personal share, is because I'm 20 years older. I'm like, my adulthood, like my adolescence experience is all but over. I've had 20 plus years of being alone, working on myself, and then doing things beforehand. So I understand this is a thing I can't change. Like right now, I can't literally wish them to be adults or wish them to have my experiences. So the thing I can do is I can use that experience to engage in the things that they are doing. If you truly believe you have more experience in one area, you leverage that experience in order to either introduce it to the person or bring them into it slowly by participating in whatever they're doing. Like, here's a scenario that could happen. I don't know if this happens anymore. When I was younger, maybe when I was 19, It is very difficult to tell people that I play video games for fun. I know, right? Shocking. The world is very different now. It's actually more statistically common to find people who play video games than people who haven't played video games in like a specific subset, right? Even mobile games count, right? I'm talking about a very generalization of games, like even tabletop games would be a thing. Back in the day, people did not do these things. So how do I get someone to understand my comfort of playing video games? I turn some of the things they do into games. So someone says they've never played a game before. Like, hey, you know what? We're having a coffee or having a drink or walking around. Let's play a game. And it was something like people watching. We were people watching, talking about like, okay, look, this is the game. Imagine you only have the information you have by looking at this person. What can you tell me about this person? And sure enough, the reason why I say I set it up like that is because some video games that I play are based on what we did. So I was describing why video games are interesting to me, but I wasn't showing them a video game. I wasn't showing them the video game. I talked about the game, but I talked about it in a way that I understand that it makes sense to them and in their environment. So I didn't talk about going grocery shopping or like going fishing or running and stuff. I watch anime about fishing and running, or I even suggest video games about fishing or whatnot. Like, hey, you know what? It would be really interesting that one day we just hop on a cruise ship and see what it's like instead of doing it in the video game or doing it online, right? So that's kind of a way you can express yourself without leaving online, but still bring it into the IRL talk. I talked about the anime convention quite a lot, and I actually talk about something that they don't care about, like this particular person wouldn't find that they care about. But I met them halfway. Like, I'm good enough, I would say, to I work at an anime convention, so that's not the same as going to an anime convention anymore. I spend most of my time working there. However, I made it so it's possible that when I talk about the anime convention, I'm like, okay, so it has all these things that might be interesting to you. But at the same time, I wanted to share with them why I go to the anime convention and what I see that's related to them. And the whole idea of going to an anime convention for me is to work there and then watch other people have a really fun time to do that. I want those other people to be you as well. So if you're ever interested, and then I'll make time, right? I'll like rearrange and find other times. So what happens overall is I have another reason now to go to the anime convention because my friend wants to go. So now I have more things, more reasons to go, not less reasons. Like, I'm not in need of the person's attendance. The person's attendance is a privilege to me. They want to come along, and that's extra. So it's neither optimistic or pessimistic. It's opportunistic. So when you're opportunistic, it means anything, if it happens, you get a bonus. If it doesn't, nothing's changed. There hasn't been any change. A change when failure happens, in my opinion. When you have a failure and you test something, change comes from actually learning from it. If you say it didn't happen and therefore it changed because now you feel more negative, in my opinion, you yourself have created that negativity to change yourself. So you can behave more conservatively, you can be even more withdrawn and more isolated. That's the change that happens if you're taking something that doesn't work and deciding to internalize it emotionally, passively, without making it a learning lesson, right? You just feel stupid for crying about this stuff all the time, and you wonder if it's even worth trying anymore. It's always worth trying. Or like, I don't want to sound too direct, but it's definitely good in the long run. And you wonder, what am I even doing so wrong for nobody to even want to interact? Think you'll try to sleep? It's also complicated. I hope the sleep provides some clarity. One thing that I feel like it's a little bit more forceful is it's always worth it. I think if I had to say something in a dire need, if you find yourself in a dire need, these things have far more potential to be transformative than a pit of despair, right? So hopefully you get some sleep, excellent sleep. It would be excellent to be able to communicate that. Like, I would even say there are people out there who feel the same way. Unfortunately, unfortunately, some people are luckier where they encounter other people who may reach out, but at the same time, waiting for that to happen it's indeterminate when that will happen. So trying to empower yourself as much as you can and finding something to hold on to while trying to do that. I don't think it's stupid for crying about the stuff. However, it may be far more beneficial to try to use that as a way to gain experience or gain awareness, as opposed to expecting the things to not change or never change. I think also that's also different from expecting things to always get worse. If you want to be realistic, most things can get worse or better. If you want to be optimistic, most things get better. And then if you want to be pessimistic, you're only focusing on things getting worse, right? And for myself, I would say, while you think things might get worse by crying about it, they can also get better if while doing that too. But the thing is, if the mindset is that it never gets better, then crying about it will make it worse, right? Because that's what you expect. So having a balance of those two would be great. Having someone around you that's closer, if you need help, right? Like if you're really in the deep, I hope you have someone nearby. Maybe even like people who are much better at this stuff nearby, because shouldn't think about giving up. It's never about giving up. Hopefully sleep well. Thanks for sharing. Unfortunately, this is one of those things. Stranger danger. Careful of strangers, right? And hopefully you have loved ones, closer friends. These things take time. I think less than a week is incomprehensibly short when it comes to knowing where and which direction relationships go. I think one last topic to rest on is the idea that there is something about online interactions that shorten relationships. I don't think thinking about a year's worth of time with people sharing a space can equate to being able to know what's going to happen after a week's time, or even less than a week's time. Maybe be cautionary that the internet hustle culture can make things want to go fast, but I don't think that's very accurate or balanced, perhaps is the word. Balance with how slowly things may go and how dynamic people can be. That's all saying. I'm only saying this because I have no idea what the nature of your roommates are like. They could be just like you, And that would mean that they also make up their minds after 3 days or 4 days. It's hard to tell. Hopefully you find some clarity in your sleep. And sleep well, right? You know where to find me if you want to talk about stuff. Obviously, discretion advised. Yeah, good luck, good luck. 鲜艳 鲜艳 brightly colored.
鲜艳，
他喜欢穿鲜艳的衣服 dressing in brightly colored.
拉锁，
拉锁 I don't know about 拉锁. That's not your like pull lock. I guess a zipper kind of makes sense. It's a sort of lock that you pull. I guess. A zip fastener. 拉锁。拉锁很容易使用 use
拉锁，欣慰，
欣慰 gratified happiness way gifted no console happy console gratified interesting console happy console gratifying I don't see it as gratifying as much so as satisfying when you have a happy console. I guess it's the other way around. If you were consoled and become happy, you would be gratified for it. That's interesting. Some part of me wants to say satisfied when I see 欣慰. Why is that? Because I'm thinking of myself making the action. But this is kind of myself receiving the action. Or after the fact. Yeah. 双情 No 双亲这是双不是双 No 激情 I don't think it's 激情 That's 双亲母 No 双亲无比欣慰
双亲无比欣慰
So parents, both relatives, like 双亲 pair of relatives, the parents. 无比 incomparable, extremely. Oh, interesting. Incomparable or extremely. And then 欣慰 gratified. I gotta read. Gratified. Yeah, can you define gratified for me? Give someone pleasure or satisfaction. Indulge or satisfy a desire. It is similar to satisfied. So I think I'm just gonna write this because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna end up typing satisfied at some point. Gratified is not a term that I use as much as satisfied. Grateful is something I use instead of oh yeah no I use satisfied far more than great using this great. Okay.
欣慰，
因为 okay crap okay Oops. That's sh. I keep typing who because I think a hut. That's sh.
鲜艳，
鲜艳。
欣慰，
Some part of me wanted to type 行为。
拉锁，辞职，
辞职。
宿舍，
宿舍。Makes me feel like a first time away from home and family situation. 特邀 specially invite 特邀 special 邀 invite, yeah, specially invite 特邀他什么 counter no 他被特邀他要参加会议 they concerning they are inviting or were inviting to participate in a meeting or discussion. He was specially invited, right? Specially attending. Okay. Away.
他被特邀参加会议。
So Bei is kind of acting as Zai, sort of, but in the past. Interesting.
特邀，敲门，
敲门 knock door, knock on door. Okay. 敲门他听到有人他听到有人敲门
他听到有人敲门。
敲门，艳丽，
艳丽 gorgeous 艳丽 colorful wait that's off colorful beautiful resplendent man I have not used resplendent in a very long time. That's another there are many ways to say gorgeous resplendent I don't know, vibrant. Gorgeous. Voluptuous. Voluptuous. Jeez. I'm trying to think of like really uncommon words. Or at least words I haven't heard in a while. Exuberant? No, exuberant doesn't work as well. Man. Resplendent. Radiant? Radiant is a much more common, I think. Splendid. 他窗上什么？窗上礼服 ？No. 体服 Interesting. 体服 I think that's 体服。体服看起来很艳丽。
她穿上礼服看起来很艳丽。
Interesting. 礼服 body clothing. Somehow I wanted to say something like 她穿上的衣服看起来很艳丽 but interesting. 礼服 I mean, it makes sense. Oh, because they're talking about a dress. 礼服 is probably specifically dress. Huh. Or maybe more likely to be referring to a dress.
艳丽，
艳丽 and gorgeous.
连锁店，
连锁店连 continuous or successive 锁 lock. Oh yeah, stores. Yeah, chain. So things that are locked in series, right, is a chain. A series of locks is a chain. Chain store, that's kind of cool. 连锁. Lian Suo is probably a chain. So it's interesting that they didn't use Huan, like Huan Suo, which is like ring locks. So it's like a series of ring locks. But then it would be like Lian, what was it? Like Lian Huan Suo or something. Continuous ring locks. So interlocking rings. A chain. But 连锁 would be, I mean, makes sense. 连锁.这是一家连锁店. I think these ones are a lot of fun because I almost feel like I want to make a prediction, right? I don't actually know if this is true. I think words like this came much later. Like much later in like the language life cycle. And because of that, you can kind of see that it gets closer and closer to a contemporary use case. So 连锁 feels just right. 连锁店 just feels right because it kind of reminds me of compound words. Like in the English right now, there's an obvious phenomenon, I suppose, whatever you want to call it. There's an obvious parallel in many languages where newer words, newer usage and terms are single terms that are made of compound meanings from previous words. So I forgot what's a good example of it in English. There are several now in English that happens where there are two words, but those are two words that are so close together, or they are commonly so used together in a descriptive way for a specific thing that they become a single word. And 连锁店 is kind of like that. Oh man. I had an example, and I know that I saw like a YouTube short from someone who is an etymologist make these comments where the word no longer is seen as separate words anymore. They're one word. Like a chain store is a franchise. right? Like a franchise. However, now in English, it has come to a point where a chain store is seen as one word. So oftentimes, I think, at least in my opinion, in English, is that you could come up with a new word, you know, like a new word to describe this. But I almost feel like now it's becoming somewhat like this feeling, where you take multiple words, you put them together, and they become one word. They are now fixed together as one word, like fast food. So you might be thinking, where's the space? Where's the space, Maku? It might as well be fast food. Just one word, fast food. Because fast food is rarely food. And, right? Or you can make a new word, which is like... And then you start thinking, what kind of new word would we make for this? There really isn't an obvious one, right? You could say a chain store, or you could say a drive-through, right? Here's another one, a drive-through, right? I'm not putting the space in because it's a drive-through. A singular concept, a drive-through. So I think this is pretty neat. I think English. I think most languages over time end up doing this, or doing this because of the current society, like current societal trends, and especially when it comes to the internet trends. You get this like embellishment in the current way of thinking, where you take things that already exist and you combine them to create a singular thing. But those things are still visible. They are still there. Their footprint is still there, as opposed to constructing new words. And I think it flows really well. Obviously, this is, if you're trying to learn like the foundations of English and stuff, it almost feels like it's different from this. Where like, how do you say really, really fast? You could say really, really fast or rapid, right? How do you say really, really fast? There might be a word for rapid versus just saying 很快, very fast. 很快. I think in English on the internet, I think you'll probably say very, very fast, or not only fast, but very fast. And then what's faster than very fast? Very, very fast, or really very fast, or super fast, or uber fast, right? Ultra fast, as opposed to rapid, instantaneous, immeasurable, immeasurably flat. I don't know. I'm ruminating. Sorry. 连锁店.
连锁店
I personally really like this.
安慰
Anwei. I think it's really on point of the internet jargon today, especially in English. It's very on point. Anwei. You know what Anwei reminds me of? Ennui. Like the way I see this like the pinyin, it could be pronounced ennui. Anwei. Okay. Anwei. Peaceful, console. Console. To comfort. Fair enough. 我们应该安慰那些需要帮助的人. We should provide counsel to those who need help, people who need help. But we should consult those who need help. Yeah. 安慰.
安慰，
I was trying to keep from doing my English thing, and then I ended up doing my English thing. Oh. I always try to, like, I think either I'm incredibly exhausted and I have made a poor decision. Like, I would have to be there are very clear telltale signs when I am not okay. And that's one of them would be if I'm found in public space and I have no propensity to want to console someone who's having a problem, or being being readily available to try to make a difference, then I'm probably in a really, really bad situation. But luckily for me, when it comes to being present online, you choose, right? You get to choose when, or at least I get to choose when I'll be online. It's very different from someone who's chronically dependent on being online, or someone who's chronically dependent on, say, needing to make money, doing things online. So in that way, you can possibly find them in compromised situations. Humans are humans. They have ups and downs and days. I mean, yesterday my HanziHero session was rough, but even then, I would drop anything to help someone. So, and that's only when I choose to do things. I don't know how long it's been since people have seen me in compromised situations where, like, maybe I'm too tired to, or lack of a better phrase, too tired to care, right? Because I didn't take care of myself, or I did something not being ready to encounter problems, or even problems I predict, or things I've already prepared for, right? Usually the joy of being online, or one of the things that I forgot to mention during my discussion with Mika, was that online is a choice a lot of times. That's online is not the only difference that can be similar between an IRL situation and an online situation. Is online you set your terms, and you are online because the things that you are not comfortable in sharing are not for display. I think that's one of the most intuited conveniences that are not observed in reality. And my suggestion tries to take advantage of that. If you're suggesting that online is different from IRL fundamentally, it means, in my opinion, that you are treating it like so. The downside for that, or like one of the inconsistencies or cognitive dissonance, is that prevents you from also applying what you understand or see. If they are always different, then you can't possibly try to see the similarities. One of the similarities is that you, like, for example, what would be a great example in IRL? You pick a location that you're comfortable in. IRL. Like, if you're comfortable at on the track, you bring the person to run with you. If they so happen to run, then you feel comfortable in that environment. Online, I feel like, has this nebulous definition for a lot of individuals. And I think one of the core foundations, the underlying foundation, is feeling comfortable and uncomfortable without being able to describe what is it that makes it comfortable and uncomfortable, makes it feel incredibly uncontrollable. You cannot manipulate, you cannot work with that information, right? I think one of the underlying aspects of why online constantly exudes a specific positive and controllable situation, especially for those who are very inexperienced with uncontrollable situations, and how to adapt and work with that knowledge, is because online you get to choose what to show. And the less and less control you have over your environments of what to show, the more and more, in my opinion, should demonstrate to you how inflexible you are. Not to say you're doomed to being inflexible. The idea is to slowly work on the self to become flexible, right? And I think, unfortunately, I didn't grow up in this period. I didn't grow up in the post-internet world. So you had to be flexible before you become inflexible. In fact, I have problems of my own, and that's to try to empathize with people who are inflexible. Or I can introduce flexibility into their lives. And that was kind of what the example I was giving. Like, I've, without contest, and I don't think this person has any problems accepting it. They know. And it's good that they know and acknowledge that, because they know so they can try to work on it or change it, and you can see it. The person I was referring to that I know for 7 years now, they understand that they're inflexible. However, I spend most of my time describing how they could possibly feel based on my as much understanding as I can do. I can be wrong, I can be right, but the idea is I'm making the effort to understand how they feel about it. Like, yes, it can feel like the world ended when you drive 20 minutes to go see someone and then it was an awful experience. However, you can describe that. Tell them, yeah, that would be a really awful experience. But you know what? You can use that. You're able to do something about it in the future. You can use that as a learning experience. Let's talk about it, right? Because I'm not going to try to portray or communicate an experience they can't possibly have yet, which is, that's very common. So, especially in a post-internet world or pre-internet world, is very common. You go out of your way, you meet someone, and it's a mixed bag. There's so many things that can be missed, not interpreted, right? Online, when you're texting someone, this isn't a competition. It's more about normalized behavior, right? All your efforts are concentrated into less variables. And less doesn't mean lesser. It means all of your effort is concentrated into very particular and focused manners. But in IRL, that gets diffused. But the amount of effort doesn't change, or it doesn't have to change. The totality of your effort is equated to how efficient and normalized you have on interacting with that. It's overwhelming at first, but I work, like, for example, personally, I work no harder or like no greatly harder or less or easier in either situation. I understand that the outcomes and the journey will differ because my skills are lacking and practiced in specific scenarios. So what seems like very little progress in a situation you are unknown to is because you're uncomfortable. It is very uncomfortable to have so many unknowns. But the thing is, does that make you work less? If you're not working less, then you are trying just as hard. I think constantly thinking about it from a result standpoint, when you did not establish any standards to compare it to, is something that I want to encourage people not to do if it's hurting them. If it's improving your standards or like making you want to do more, that's fine. You let them be. But when someone's spiraling into inactivity, inaction does not cause change, for better or for worse. Inaction allows whatever is happening, especially something that's getting worse, to get worse, right? So if someone comes up to me in any way and say they are thinking about why even bother, like nihilism or fatalists, I try, at least on most days when I'm in public, I try to be the person that gets the person to do something. Whether that leads to something good or bad, the agency is theirs and theirs alone, right? You can try to present as many things as you can to offer them options. Telling them that there is a right option, I don't think that is in my wheelhouse. Offering them options and then constantly bolstering them to try to make a decision is self-correcting. I like to think it's self-correcting. Anyways, it's interesting. It's very interesting. Yeah, one of the foundational differences for online is you choose your terms most of the time. If you are too tired, you sign off. If you want to ignore someone, you block them. If you don't want to see what you don't want to see, algorithms can prevent that from happening, right? You always choose your terms. IRL is like, you can still choose your terms, but chances are whatever idiosyncrasies that don't match your expectations will become so exponentially bigger. Someone not liking you after talking to them for like 2 or 3 times IRL, that is noise, in my opinion. But I'm not going to say that without understanding where that person's coming from. When you try to talk to someone 2 or 3 times online, that's a bridge burn online, right? Because that person is not obligated to ever see you again. There's millions of people online and they're all faceless people. You don't even see when they say, I'm sorry, but we can't be friends. And then you don't see their face. You don't cross paths with them. There's no obligation to ever see each other again. You may not. So things move fast, right? Things move fast. Onlines are always on the people's terms. Occupying a space is not always on your own terms. Like, I talk about this as though I don't have any vulnerabilities. When I had roommates, I had ups and downs, right? There are times when I'm very frustrated and tired, and there were unexpected circumstances. Like, maybe somehow somebody had something to do in the house that was entirely interrupting when I'm at a low point. Those are the interactions that require different skill sets, and I don't think online prepares you for that. Right? That is how I describe how online is different from IRL. I don't describe it in ways that are nebulous, because those nebulous things are often uncontrollable or intuitive. And unfortunately, if you're offering like communication between 2 people, it requires descriptions of that. Otherwise, I'm guessing most of the time. And guessing is not what I do with people's mental health. I try the best not to try to guess or assume what is healthy for someone's mental state. Because if there's any black box, mental state would be one of them. How to get good at a video game, that's a different story. I mean, still, a lot of internet sources would spend their resources on how to get good at something. Like, try to objectify it. Like, that makes things easy. Entering the area of subjectivity is something that's very scary. So I don't take it that lightly. At least in my opinion. And most people just ignore it. Ignore it. You leave it up to the will of the person to circumnavigate their mental state. Like how to stay consistent and on task. learning language while you're talking to other people. You navigate it, at least in my opinion.
特邀
But yo, I don't want to say I'm soft, but I do have a bleeding heart. I think one of the ironies in life, or like some of the counterintuitive nature, is that someone who constantly have a bleeding heart, I don't think necessarily makes them weak. If they're able to constantly manage a bleeding heart, they're stronger than a vast majority of people who don't ever handle bleeding hearts. Like, have you ever felt like whatever you do is always wrong? I have. Does that make you weaker or stronger? Well, if you're weak and you'll become more softened if you don't do anything about it. You become stronger and more dynamic and adaptable if you overcome it. So adversity is a very fickle thing. Adversity can breed the strongest of strong and destroy the weakest of weak. Oftentimes it's somewhere in between. Obviously, we don't usually talk about extremes. There are going to be weak spots and strong spots, and it's a mix of all of that, right? And for myself, if there's anything I'm very compulsorily educated from my personal experience in, is probably to overcome mental hurdles. Mental hurdles is definitely something that is my bedside partner. I always keep mental hurdles right next to me. Let's see. Yan Li.
艳丽
It can yeah, bleeding hearts can make one really really patient, I would say. Overcoming a bleeding heart, a compulsory bleeding heart, it makes someone incredibly patient. Now, there is a downside. Sometimes patience can lead to a lack of closure, right? It might not ever come to fruition. I often try to remind myself to hurry sometimes, to be a little bit more direct and forceful when it's appropriate or when it might be necessary. But generally speaking, like a very patient, calm person when it comes to even the mental crises that might escalate. So it can be to a fault. 连锁店
连锁店
On the opposite end, right, as a form of contrast, a tough heart, right, thick-skinned, and we're talking about thick skin in the sense of not stoic. A thick skin and stoic is very different things, in my opinion. A thick skin can be apathetic. It can be cold. It can be objective. Stoic can be tolerant, enduring, right? Thick skin is not, in my opinion. Thick skin is like being unaffected by things. Stoic is being affected, but being able to hold up a strong face. I think stoicism comes very strongly from adversity and overcoming compulsive adversity of subjective suffering. That's stoicism. Because you yourself could possibly be suffering, but being able to take on that burden is the nature of your personality. Being thick-skinned can be arrogant, temperamental, and can still be prideful and arrogant, hubris even. So that's like, well, you know, I know the truth. Suck it up and make it work. This is what you do. This is what that does. And then you destroy a person inadvertently. because of your own personal pride and hubris. That's one of the other extremes, right? Obviously, one can be thick-skinned and stoic in various places, and choosing to to me personally, it's a biased take. If you are one that compulsorily can deal with adversity, you don't have to be thick-skinned. You just happen to be very enduring. Your endurance offsets the need to ever deploy a thick skin. It can be seen as thick skin though. Like it can be seen as arrogant and prideful. I witnessed this out of personal experience. Multiple times in my life, I have been called both arrogant and soft at the same time. Like one point they described that my personality traits, my weakness in my personality trait is I'm a pushover, and I care too much about things. And at the same time, I'm very cold and calculating, all in the same description. I'm like, well, yes, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to summarize a person by generalizing all their activities, but at the same time cherry pick how to convince the person what they are. It's like, well, you're all of those things. The question is, do you understand the context, how, why, and when it motivates someone to act a certain way, right? If you don't, then there's no really beating around the bush. You just don't care enough about the person you're talking about. So don't give advice and tell someone about something if you don't care enough to understand the context in which they are upset or very good, or and so on. I think that responsibility is definitely left up to individuals who truly care, right? Or, those very special people who do it for a living. I commend those people, and I'm not one of them. Obviously, I don't do this professionally. It's very scary. I'm not even, I think this is a diffusion of responsibility situation. I'm very scared about what I'm responsible for. So, public spaces, somewhat lighthearted, but maybe a bit more candid than other people, relatively speaking, right? The candidness online is, if the tip of the iceberg is the expression for superficial contact, I think when it comes to the relative aspect of how deep you need to go to make a emotional connection with someone, I think the standard internet conversation is not even on the tip of the iceberg. It's practically flying in midair. It didn't even land on the iceberg yet, in my opinion. So like, it might sound like an exaggeration, but that's typically how I feel. It's a portrayal. I think individuals who think that they participate in caring and talking and connecting have a standard that is normalized to the internet standard, and the internet standard is well above not even identifying the glacier yet, right? Or the iceberg yet. They have yet to even land on the iceberg. And that's a concession. I would say that's what I have to work with. So we gotta get creative. Get creative on how to make it not the social norm when interacting with you. Or, I don't have to control what other people do. I can control what I can do. And that pretty much summarizes all these little digressions. I'm not saying it so that it could change like I'm trying to affect some imaginary person or some very specific person's life. I'm saying it because I believe in it, and that's what I'll continue to do and tell myself, right? You can see it as a form of arrogance or possibly sufficiency and practice for any future person that I meet. Like, I don't want to be sitting there and waiting for someone to solve their own problems. And I don't want to also be that person to solve the problem for them. I want to be part of their problem. I want to participate and learn together what that problem is. So then through that nature, you make a connection, and that person hopefully become not codependent, but independent, or encourage them to be independent. Dependency is a route to independence, of course, obviously. So if talking once a day for 15 minutes is a form of codependence, that's fair. However, I will always keep in mind that the goal is independence, and that involves weaning off codependency. Try at most to try to inspire exploration in which they can be self-sufficient. I think, in my opinion, in the long run, both codependent people can benefit from becoming more independent. Not exclusively independent, but understand where they can work to be independent. Because one of the yin to your yang is that codependency only works when the things that are being codependent is consistently present. If they suddenly it becomes lacking, there's no redundancy to help. It requires a third person, or not. We're not talking about people now. Let's just say it requires a third party. So then you introduce a third party, and hopefully that third party creates redundancy. And then therefore, if someone falls through, the redundancy covers it. And I think it's possible for a system of two, but it requires that they be redundant. And one of them is developing backup skills, right? Codependence is really well supported when the other person, who is typically codependent for a skill, also develops some foundational sufficient skills that they're codependent on. So for example, two people, one person cooks and the other person doesn't. However, the other person could learn to sufficiently cook while still being dependent on the other person to cook. How do they develop that sufficient cooking? It's their involvement with their other person. They're at least knowing enough about cooking from their relationship that when that partner, when that other party is unable to do it, you have learned from that source. So it's often a combination of creating independence despite going through codependency. And at the moment, whenever I think about online people, exclusively online people, then transitioning to trying to make an IRL friend, literally, in my opinion, and figuratively, the things that they say are a problem are things they are codependent on. So therefore, they didn't create independency from the things that they are codependent on. For example, when you have online friends, do you guys ever talk about being IRL friends? Because you can, and you can learn about it. Like, for example, since you're a lot more comfortable online and talking to someone, have you ever asked them, like, hey, what could get you to become an IRL friend? Like, you can still learn and become independent in a different way or in a different environment by using each other, right? But I think nowadays it's always more about complacency and differentiating. So when it's a completely different environment, or when it's a differing environment that have both similarities, comparing and contrasting, right? Comparing and contrasting. I think in the current landscape of communication, you contrast often when it's negative. Like you're looking for a negative in the thing you're contrasting with. When you're positive, you're making competitive comparisons, which also creates negativity, but to a lesser extent. So when you're really good at a game, you compare yourself to something that you're either better at or good or worse at by comparing the similarities. And then when you're negative about it, you either use contrast to decide, to convince yourself that it's not worth your time or that it can't possibly be the same. Not the other way around. Like, there's more to the story, right? This is codependent, in my opinion. This is codependency red flags. These are, if you find codependency a red flag, these are red flags when you make double standards. So, for example, when you're saying an online friend is different from an IRL friend, how are they similar? Null hypothesis test, right? If you assume that they are different, then you would say that you're very sure that they are different. Then you're gonna try to convince yourself that they're the same. If you can't convince yourself that they're the same, then they are in fact different enough or sufficiently enough. But I can sure as well bet money that it would take someone very damaged or very in trouble to not even make one or two concessions when they null hypothesis test that there are similarities between online friends and IRL friends. They're not entirely exclusive of each other. Like, for example, they both involve human beings, and human beings are unpredictable. But which one is less predictable? IRL. Because of obligations and other things you haven't considered. In online, when you're always choosing to do things online, it feels a little bit more controllable. When someone adds you and block you, that is a confirmation of sorts. And yet, because I don't think IRL, there are similarities as well as differences between IRL and online friends, I know that when someone adds you and block you, it's not exclusively because of the reason you think it is. You would want to ascertain it. I actually did this a couple of times because of people leaving and going in the Discord. And you learn to interact with that, because the person I was interacting with, well, I was kind of thinking that which I was sort of confirmed, that they have the professionalism or the ability, the emotional maturity to handle a direct conversation about their choices, right? Meanwhile, you know, someone adding and ignoring and not adding back, like not mutualing, that's and then making a prediction off that is dehumanizing or somewhat. I feel that's a red flag for not understanding human interaction. And what I mean by not understanding human interaction is more like the things they desire and think they want are not reflected in the actions and deductions that they are making, right? If you're looking for a friend and that person adds and removes you and don't add you back, and you're upset about it, well, that behavior strikes as someone who wouldn't be your friend in the first place, because it's already demonstrating that that person behaves the way you think, and it is a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? You think that they don't care about you anymore, it's getting worse, then it can only get worse. It's not like you're gonna work on it or anything like that, right? So you move on, and well, you hope to move on and try again. But then you have to consider the idea, how many times are you willing to try before you decide to give up? And that can be a really, really sticky situation.
敲门，
Sorry, trailing off on that thought. It's kind of a negative thought. The opposite is true as well, where a person who may talk over talk and proceed to rectify a miscommunication, or maybe like some mixed messages, end up being the spark and the beginning of a wonderful long life friendship for a lifetime, right? That is the opposite, the more romanticized optimism. Usually it's somewhere in between. And what does that look like? You resolve a difference, you become good friends for 3 or 4 years, and then you drift apart. That's and then you continue to cherish those 3 to 4 years together, and you bring that experience to your next friend who now is your lifelong friend. That's a realistic take on things, right? That's a combination of being an online friend and being an IRL friend. That's a more realistic take. People will either become good friends for a while, then they drift apart because of varying circumstances that are not to your choice, right? And I think online obfuscates a lot of that, right? If someone just randomly removes you, you don't know. You'll never know the circumstances, because most of the time you might not ever even talk to them ever again. They might have the worst day in the entire world, but for me, use the IRL skills. If they do in fact come back around, try again. That's another sticking point about like don't try, just do kind of situation. But anyways, yeah, the opposite's possible. Unfortunately, it's a lot rare. Maybe I'll concede that it's rare. I don't have many friends that I have today that was the result of an initial poor impression. I actually, honestly, in terms of self-reflection, I did never ask. Now that I think about it, I've never asked my friends what the first impression is. My first thought would be like, I'm a person that never smiled. I never appeared happy until like 2 or 3 years in. So when someone tells me, oh, it must be really silly to always be upset or negative, not if you can express it. Not if you're able to create a relatable point. Clearly, being withdrawn and shut in brought me together to some of these people, and yet I was sure as heck not charismatic. Like, I was not charismatic. I barely talked. I was practically invisible. Here's like a personal share. There was a time when I had a friend in high school. Yes, it was high school. And we hit it off. And then the subsequent year, we just like immediately became non-friends to each other. Not like enemies, but non-friends. And it was only 2 or 3 years after that this person said, oh yeah, I totally forgot. Like, they apologized. But that, to me, it was like, I don't know if they should be apologizing. I'm the one that was being invisible, right? Like, I didn't do much to try to like contribute to the friendship. So like, someone having the ability to apologize to me despite me obviously not making a reciprocated thing, it's a two-body problem, right? It's at least two-body or third party. So it's stories like that and experience like that. Like, I don't want to be that person who feel like when someone apologizes to me and all I can think about is I didn't try hard enough, or like I didn't try either. So like neither of us made an attempt to keep the friendship alive. That's one of those things. So whenever you like meet someone and they're like, oh, they blocked you and they don't want to talk to you, it's like, unfortunately or fortunately, The question is, do you even want to pursue that type of relationship? Ingratiating yourself and making yourself participant is something I choose to do because I don't require a reciprocation, or I don't believe I require reciprocation. I think for individuals who require reciprocation, as in they want feedback, they not want feedback, they need feedback, or they feel like they need feedback. Having telltale signs like that, cut your losses, try again, spin the wheel, work things to your advantage, but not with that same person, right? It's not saying you shouldn't care about the person, that person's in trouble, or being like apathetic or not kind. The idea is having that type of negative experience be held over you will likely bleed into all of your future actions, and that is not worth your energy, in my opinion. If there's something that I usually don't say often, is things are worth. It's not worth giving so much energy to something that is inauspicious, as in it does not look very fruitful, right? When someone removes you, then that's the end for online things. And guess what? In IRL, that's actually kind of similar in a way. It can operate in that way. Choosing to think it's different, then it's different. Then you operate as though it's different. So I think the behavior I think one of the saving graces for humans, like the human condition, is that if your behavior is concordant with your results, there's a will to go on. There's a will to self-improve, right? When the result and process does not agree with one's expectations or intent, I think humans can only handle so much before serendipity and luck can offset it. Like, if someone tells me online friends and IRL friends are always different, then why are you wanting the same thing from them? I think that's one of the things that you have to negotiate, right? The problem here, at least one of the underlying concerns here, is they keep comparing online friends and offline friends, and yet saying that they're different, so you shouldn't be comparing them. That's one of the inconsistencies. If you're comparing them, then you're acknowledging that they're the same. Or like there are similarities. If you're saying they're different, then approach it differently. That's concordant with someone's thinking and expectations. I think feeling uncomfortable and not in control deals with the idea that there's less and less awareness of what potential outcomes or potential expectations that could occur. Like, for example, we're gonna tie it all the way back to language learning because this is very important. If you're thinking you want to become fluent in Chinese and you're using HanziHero, that's cognitive dissonance. There are aspects of HanziHero that legitimately does not address probably your expectation of fluency, right? So that is in concordance. When you keep thinking that, it prevents you from addressing and taking control and acting and improving upon what is absent and what is not concordant. And it's definitely up to the person, right? Now, you can try to gaslight someone like that. Gaslighting works very efficiently, and when it's a supportive role, when you use gaslighting, that's more like consultation or unsolicited advice is what I would call it, instead of gaslighting. It's more like unsolicited advice. Like someone would come up to you and say, oh, you're using Duolingo, you're never going to be able to write a paragraph. true. Like, I mean, that's reasonable. It's reasonable. And then that person says, so aren't you afraid? It's like, why am I afraid if my thoughts and expectations are concordant with my actions and how I'm going to deal with it and improve upon it? It's okay. It's not like I'm only going to use Duolingo, right? That's kind of the idea. And I think it bleeds into relationships, communication, and whatnot. I think when people say talking is the same, but then they say, well, I'm more comfortable online than IRL, then talking is not the same. Right? Like expressing, talking, relationships, that kind of thing. If two games are not the same and you're comparing them and only comparing them, that's inconsistency. That's a cognitive dissonance. You compare things because they are the same and different. Because you need something to be the same for them to be reasonably comparable. And then you need them to be dramatically different in order to state what is and what is not. But comparison is often the degree of something. Contrast is when something has something and doesn't have something, in my opinion. And online, no matter what, in my opinion, when someone says this, it doesn't get old, honestly, because I try to figure out what are clever ways to tell the person, or maybe inject my own perspective. Online friends are not different in the way that people think from IRL friends. Online friends and IRL friends are not different. They have similarities and differences. They're not different, as in exclusive of one another. And there's one reason why they aren't. And that's one that I think most people will concede. Humans. They both involve humans. Unless you're one of the 99 percentile people who believe that your best friends are not humans online. Actually, like truly are like in a relationship with something that's non-human online. That's fair. That's fair game. If you're in like the outlier. More than 50% though. More than 50% people. When it comes from someone who's biased towards like a balance, or someone who's biased towards IRL interactions, they are more than 50% of online people treat other human beings like not human beings. That's what I would refer to as dehumanizing. Online is dehumanizing. Now, to me, I spend personal anecdote, I spend my time broken up between both of them. So I try to bring the whatever that IRL experience is as closely as possible to the online experience, and then vice versa. I try to bring the online experience to the IRL experience. So that's helpful in my opinion, because then I can actually tell what is different and what is similar between the two. Like, if you want to make them different and say, well, online friends know my feelings and IRL friends can never know my feelings. Like, well, then your IRL friends will never know your feelings. So how are you expecting to make friends? Right? Like, you could also do things like, oh, I can only operate in this environment. So therefore, there's no possible way I can operate in another environment. And because of that, I have to operate in one of the environments, but I don't have to operate in the other environment. That's a no-win situation. Most of the time, people, you would hope, for a healthy person, they are able to operate in the environment that they're obligated, that they need to operate in, And then the optional environment is the environment that they can choose to take it or leave it. And online is optional in like this particular situation. Like they're sharing a room with other people. They're not sharing an online account with other people. They don't work with people online. Like there's a way for online to be an obligation. You work with the other person. Your business is dependent on that online activity. That's an obligation. So you hope that that person's got that nailed down, right? I think that's one big inconcordance. A lot of the things I find that people use as excuses or like energy dumps is they focus most of their energy on the things that they want to do versus the things that they have to do. And that's tough. I think that's a really tough situation, right? You have to you have to know how to get along with your roommates because you're currently living there for a year versus comparing them to all the solutions you have with people who you choose whenever to interact with them. That's not the same thing anymore, which I agree, right? I hope that's what they mean by the same thing. And yet when I ask, it's not that, or it's not clear that it is that. You know, I wanted to see if that person, you know, people like whoever I talk to is able to describe the situation that I see and then ask them, and if they don't see it, ask them, could they see it from my perspective? Because if you're hopeless and you're run out of ideas and you don't feel like you're in control, one of the benefits of giving a new perspective or helping someone discover a new perspective of their own is that offers new potential solutions, new potential approaches, and hopefully a renewed enthusiasm. And that's where the optimism comes from, in my opinion, right? It's renewed. It tends to allow renewed optimism. It's considered optimism because when someone believes they don't have any more choices and you introduce an alternative perspective, no choices means it can only go up. So then it would be, relatively speaking, it would always be construed as optimism. But generally speaking, from the person who's talking, the perspective is probably realistic, not optimistic. Largely because the person they're talking to is probably at a more comfortable place in this situation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be offering their ear a lot of times, right? I don't think there is. I think there are very, very few examples in the world of true human altruism, and I am no exception. I do not exercise pure altruism. I am selective in my ways, and I would find it very concerning when someone portrays themselves as a saint. I think ultimately it's, you know, his and her circumstances. It's interesting. Happens far too regularly. I think one thing a stranger can really help, or a stranger can offer and do their best, is to be as sensitive as possible while attempting to offer new information. I think new information is far likely to result in optimism or some sort of optimism than fatalism or even nihilistic. Offering unsolicited advice, overwhelming unsolicited advice, more likely will lead to nihilism. The person will become overwhelmed and let it happen. They will become more and more withdrawn and passive, right? That's unsolicited advice. I think oftentimes the kindness can become overwhelming when advice is unsolicited. Yeah, compassionate advice is born out of empathy for the person that requires the compassion. That usually offers some realistic takes, right? Tough, 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 tough
安
situation.
慰
One way, you know, consoling someone. Tough situation. Especially
邀
strangers.
请
Especially strangers, and definitely especially when being online doesn't relate to being offline or being IRL, right? I ask about the distinction between online and offline a lot to someone, because if you're asking an online person who you're treating as an online person, and they don't believe that things that happen online are similar or transferable to offline, I think it's perfectly fair to tell the person, like, whatever I say here is probably not going to be applicable to offline if you yourself do not recognize that there are similarities. Like the stuff that I'm talking about now with someone like that can be explained IRL to another person. I don't particularly think I'm doing anything different from what I would do IRL. When someone comes to me like in person and they're speaking all of this, I would encourage them to speak about these things. And then usually it's the opposite, where someone would say, oh yeah, you know, I was online and man, I was in a Call of Duty lobby and this guy was such a butthead. Or recently, maybe like 2 days ago, one of my online friends was telling me about their online experience. You know, like someone was making this comment and stuff. It's like, yeah, let's talk about it. I have a lot to say about it, but the irony here is that online friend is more closer to the way I treat IRL friends. So, what their online activities was then the topic of concern, right? When you meet IRL friends, you can talk about online things, and it will be very similar, where they would say, well, those are my online friends, so I have problems with my online friends, but it's okay. They're no big deal. They're like, dare I say, lesser humans. And that happens too. It's not the people that I'm talking to, they're like cold-hearted or cruel. It's the idea that they have priorities. And you have to be in that same mindset. Talk from their perspective. And then introduce your perspective in the frame of their perspective. Otherwise, it's like trying to convince someone of a reality that they are not convinced yet. Like, oh, straight up saying, well, yeah, online friends, you could confirm things, right? Well, yeah, online friends and IRL friends are not the same. Okay, so you decided that your perspective is to confirm all their worst fears. Like, well, heck, gosh darn it, it's time to go live alone and hope that you make it out alone and only communicate with people online. What is the reality? There are people who are online and still have IRL friends. So clearly that's not true, right? And instead of trying to be passive about it, you can try to be proactive. Like, okay, well, have you tried taking, like, you're convinced that your online friends are different from your IRL friends. Have you considered trying to see if they can be one and the same? Because the last time I checked, I interact with my friends online and offline. So there's got to be some sort of overlap, right? At least the last time I thought. So that is a reality that you could be like, well, duh, this is it. Sorry, can't help you if you can't believe that. That's, to me, that feels really cold-hearted. Yeah, you could be cold-hearted, obviously. You could tell them the direct truth. Alternatively, explain, talk about it, and see how they're connected from their perspective, not from yours, right? Right. Like, have you played a video game online? Suggest doing something online to someone in IRL? Because that would certainly make it so that they're not different. Yao Qing. Invite. Okay. Yao Qing. 我邀请你参加我们生日派对。Ready?
邀请食宿
board and lodging. Make sense? I haven't really thought of board as food, but that makes sense. Why it would be room and board. Food and accommodation. Ooh, I like food and accommodation. Okay. Room and board? Does room and board? Oh yeah, room. Whoops. 免费的食宿 Where is that? Give me that.
免费的食宿
we're just gonna stick with room and board.
措辞
Room and board is a little bit down my wheelhouse. 措辞 wording. Resign. 做 Oh, that's the garden thing, right? We're thinking of a garden. In the hand, making a garden, spruce up the place. So that's arrange. Resign. Wording is how you arrange these words within a sentence until you resign yourself to use the original phrasing. What? I'm not feeling this. I think wording is the way you arrange sentences. Like resigning. Like the diction wording. Diction, jeez. I don't know how you feel about this one. 措辞 这段文字的措辞令人什么？令人I don't know what that is. 昆感 It's kind of like gun. Oh no, but it's flipped.
这段文字的措辞令人困惑。
困惑 I don't see the 惑 because of the heart. It must be something new. 这段文字的措辞令人困惑。
措辞款
Funds. Ooh, another way to talk about assets and property. Oh, I've seen you before though. Fun. Or maybe I've seen a simplified version of Koopa Trooper is in the basement. Koopa Troopa is in the basement of the pawn shop, where he is trying to procure some funds. In the basement, huh? They're next to a vintage altar. is a soldier wearing secondhand military clothes. Okay. Koopa goes up to him and hands him a special bill, and in exchange gets some cash funds for his future ventures. I'm not sure how I feel about that. There's not enough Koopa in it. Yeah, there's not enough Koopa in it. We need something that deals with like a turtle or something. It's a bill. It doesn't have to be like a money bill, right? Maybe like Koopa is in the basement of the pawn shop, right? This pawn shop has like leftover, I don't know, leftover tools. Maybe a war, because Koopa is usually against Mario. You know, leftover secondhand stuff. He noticed that there's a soldier that, like a fellow Koopa, right? Fellow Koopa Chupa, praying at the altar, wearing, you know, secondhand military clothes. Koopa, in his benevolence, goes up to him and hands him a special bill in order to exchange for funds for new equipment, right? New equipment. Koopa is doing the thing. Although it kind of makes him sound like Kermit the Frog. Despite it having something to do with probably spending or losing money. Quinn. Analyze funds. No, I don't think it's that same one. I feel like this is simplified. I mean, like, there's another simplified character for this right now. Chen Quinn. Quinn, yeah, Chen Quinn. Okay. Interesting. Savings. Quinn. Quinn. Loan makes sense. That makes sense. To donate money? I thought that was, oh, it's not Xian Quinn. Xian Quinn. It's whatever that is. Jen Quinn. Or Jen Quinn. It looks like Jen. Allocate. Okay. What the heck? Oh, that's still ball? Nothing. Nothing.
款
Oh, Quan, not Quinn. Quan.
直
to clench. Okay. James Bond is inside the living room of the house. He sits on the couch, terrified, staring at the totem that is in front of him. He clenches his pills tightly, wondering if he should take one, as he is about to have a panic attack. His hand is clenched so tightly he can't even get the pills. I'm not sure how. I'm not sure about the totem thing. Totem thing is lost. Maybe he was poisoned. We could say like a bit of voodoo or something, or maybe a shaman. Like, James Bond is inside the living room of the house. He sits on the couch terrified because he's being like, I don't know, smitten by a technology, right? Like a totem that's in front of him. In order, he's clenching very hard because it's like producing some sort of painful, yet understood source of pain. So in order to circumvent that, he has some engineered pills to address that. So he takes some pills and tries to dispose of the totem. I think that's a bit more in my wheelhouse. 旨意 clench idea to assist on. Okay. A 执照 license. Really? Okay. Really?
直
Okay. Let's picture this. Okay. All right. Okay.
款
One. And it's gone. Yeah, it's completely gone. It's just lost funds. I missed the exchange of the funds. Wow. Funds got buried. Wasn't paying attention.
食宿
Shisu.
措辞
What's That's a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Okay, this one's fine. Oops.
直
Yeah, I didn't finish the story in my head, like the narrative in my head. Yeah.
邀请
Okay. Ting Hall. Wait. Okay. I mean, it's still Ting without the canopy. But is this the same as Shi? Not Shi. Tang? Can you use Ting? Oh, yeah. This is the Ting. Yes. This is Ting. Like, Tan Ting, could be it. Or like, and then there's like Shi Tang. I wonder if you can do like Shi Ting or something like that. Interesting. Timmy Turner is in front of the English Manor, right? Inside the hall of a small shack. Side of the English Manor, huh? That has been set up on the lawn. Inside the hall are a bunch of animated ears that Timmy has wished to life. Okay, you're losing me here. All threaded together by a spool of thread. Now you're really losing me. Timmy holds a net gun and sits at the hall entrance and makes sure his ears don't escape and cause havoc. Alright, you lost everything. Everything is lost. How did Ting work, actually? Hold up. For the longest time, Ting hasn't come back. Right. But how does listen work? What was the mnemonic for listen? Oh, yeah. It's in front. Okay, Timmy Turner's in front of the English Manor with a bunch of nets he's made from a spool of thread in one hand and a net gun in the other. He sits there listening, waiting for any ears to try to sneak out of the front door. He accidentally summons them into the manor via a wish. He hears them and captures them with a net gun. The ears never listen and keeps on escaping. It's kind of similar, only now it's just happening in the shack. Does that help with the hall? I guess I can use that. Alternatively, it could be something like Timmy Turner is in front of the English Manor, right? And he is inside the hall of a shack that he wished, like he used his wish to create. And he's garnering all the ears, all trying to catch all the ears of the fancy people who live in the English Manor to make them aware of how to create nets from a spool of thread in order to build the net gun that he's giving them or wishing into existence, that are giving them to capture, I don't know, to go hunting, right? On a hunting expedition. That's kind of more of an English Manor thing. Right. That's kind of where I was going with that. Oh, chanting, yeah, chanting. Oh, cafe ting, interesting. Instead of cafe guan. Okay, makes sense.
听饮
Ying. A beverage. Why does beverage look so familiar? Oh, Nomu. Oh no, no Nomu. Yes, Nomu. Nomu. No? Yeah, I think that's Nomu. Okay. Yes. Yoshi is in the basement of the infirmary. Wow, it's like HSK 5 before you get this. That's crazy. Yoshi is in the basement of the infirmary where he is eating some food. It's not that crazy because of her, right? Where he is eating some food. Yes, at the basement infirmary restaurant. Sure. He finally gets the bill and finds out that the beverage he bought cost more than all of his medical bills combined. Yoshi, uncharacteristically angry, throws a spotted egg at the nurse waiter for ripping him off on the beverage. That kind of sounds weird. I think Yoshi unknowingly and innocently was overcharged, right? Because Yoshi's Yoshi. Yoshi's more of an innocent bystander. Making him a little bit mean is, I think it's uncharacteristic. A beverage. Ying liao. Makes sense? Ying liao. A beverage resource, which is a beverage. Yep. Oh yeah. Ying shi. A diet. Beverage and food equals diet. Gotcha.
饮
The beverage.
所
Saw. Oh my gosh, it's another saw. Or rope? Oh no, the Pope is something different. Okay. I got Pope mixed up yesterday. That's why I couldn't remember straight. This is Pope in Wanikani. So I couldn't get it straight that this is straight. Now we have an actual Pope, which is just the top part of it. At the top of the crown is a small cross. This is because this is the crown of the Pope. That's fine. The imagery is still. Tell me if this is part of Pope. It's not part of Pope. Alright.
所
Saw. A Pope and some thread. And Superman. Okay. Superman is in the basement of the office building where he is giving the Pope a tour of the premises. primarily a file cabinets and unused office supplies. He pulls the Pope, who is in a small cart with a sacred royal rope that's made of silk. Ugh. I don't know how I feel about knowing if it's Superman. Superman is not doing anything super here. Well, it could be like the Pope visiting like the news office building that Superman works with. Yeah, okay. So like Superman is in the basement of the office building doing his human deeds, right? His human occupation, the Clark Kent stuff. And one of them, they have a special guest today. The Pope is visiting. The Pope, at the end, satisfied with Superman, revealed a rope to him that was made of silk. It's like uttered something about the threads of fate or something. I think that will be the only way I can link up to a rope. 绳索. Sheng? What the heck? Sheng looks weird. Is that a component? I feel like that's gonna be a component. Okay. Ooh. 线索. 线. A line, rope. Like a lifeline? A clue? Interesting. 线索. 导火索. Lead, fire, rope, fuse. Makes sense.搜索. That's a search rope. The search? I feel like rope is now more of a line, like a figurative line. 勒索. Bucket and muscular arm. To extort. To I don't know.
锁闭
B. Bigfoot is not that great, especially without a final. Oh, you know what? This kind of looks like something else. What was it? T? It kind of looks like T. Oh no, not the closest, but it's fine. So B. We have hot sauce and soil. And it's no qiang, which is wall. Qiang. Bigfoot is in the basement of the house where he is making his base. Okay. In the bathroom, he has formed a wall out of hot sauce bottles compacted together with soil. I mean, that's kind of good. He lies in the bathtub on the other side of the wall, drinking some leftover hot sauce. That actually kind of sounds fine. That's fine. 壁炉? What the heck is a lu? I guess it could be a place, a fire. Oh, I mean, there's fire in it. Tiger. Wait. No. Oh, there's a 墙壁. Oh, 墙壁. Okay, wall. Okay, 墙壁. Makes sense. 隔壁. Separate wall next door. Oh, that's cute. 隔壁. Gobi? Like Gobi food? Oh no, the Gobi Desert. Oh, Gobi Desert. The Gobi. I'm thinking of Kobe. I'm like, maybe that's just a weird. Oh boy. I'm getting tired. Belay. A lot of fields.
必
Okay.
B
Okay.
影
Mm-hmm.
所
Okay.
听
Okay. Alright, with that digression, I have to take a quick bathroom break before we do our reviews. I'll be right back. Alright, let's get into our reviews. Fingers crossed, hopefully it's not as devastating as yesterday. I'm barely rested, I think. Uh
负泉水
这个地区的泉水非常清澈。
挂比赛
我们今天有一场足球比赛。
不仅
不仅形似，而且神似。
甚
It's kind of like turnover. Like, I'm making like an action. Like pushover, or what is that supposed to be? Oh no. Is that like a sprout? What the heck is a sprout in the finger doing? Oh boy. Oh. Wait.
抽
I think it's just pick as opposed to pick up.
以
The heck? How do I I don't know how they describe like. Oh boy.
对话
这一段对话很精彩。
对话 correct language. I don't
料 摸鱼
老板发现他在摸鱼，就生气了。
It's slacking. Or to slack. You don't really need to say slack off, but
打
oh no. How do you do crowd? Something makes me want to type like
群众
愤怒的群众，
wow. I don't remember Jung. Like, I don't know how Jung works. I just know it's masses. And Jung. It's something about like James Bond capturing a bunch of people. James Bond is in the bathroom, come across a crowd of Slender Man, all dressed in monk. Okay. James Bond gets out a secret high-tech net and tries to catch some of them, yeah. Okay. The conga line thing is not that great. I think people is fine instead of conga line. Just a bunch of people, and that's Slender Man. That's what's hard about it. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's pick or pull or take out. Yeah, pick up. Maybe even pick out. Pull out. Oh, there is pull out actually. Pull out works. I'm imagining Charlie Brown picking out the weed or something. Whoa. YOLO? Dang it. Oh, no, wait. That was a typo. So, 对话. Correct language. Oh, it might be like a formality or something. Like, I don't actually know what this is. A dialogue. Oof. Oh, it's like concerning thing. No, that's lost. 对话 is. Yeah. Talk. Should've just stuck with talk. I thought it was more like formal talk. Like to talk in a correct way, but it's more like to talk to something. So to talk. Or something. 对话. Which is to talk is a form of dialogue. What the heck is yi? How do they define yi? I don't know. I typed compare, didn't I? Or something like that. I don't actually know. Already? How does this work? Yoshi isn't trying to tidy up the couple of snakeskin. Up to mount. A second later, it looks like snakeskin are still. Already kind of just sucks. Yi is gonna be a problem standalone. I don't ever imagine Yi being alone. We'll just move along. Shouldn't linger on those.
松林，
松树在松林里，
Excuse me.
盼，
And then I don't know what it is. Huh. That's disappointing.
地址，
Son of a beast thing, that's not the same. That's Kwang. No, strong, that's strong. What in the world? I'm just at a loss. That's yikes. Save me.
"存货，
那不在我们的存货中。
善，
Hmm. I thought it was. Hmm.
操、掌声、
我可以从这里听到掌声。
老鼠、
Oops. I had an E. Heck.
类型、
我不喜欢那种类型的人。
Oh, I did have Xing model. Oh, it is Xing. Xing. Okay, okay, that's fine. And then we also have Lei. So what is that? Rui? Rui. Rui Ke? So Rui and Ke.
超市、
我们小区有一家超市。
兔子、
I don't know. I just don't know. Oh no. Mm. Oh.
球队、
我们球队又败了。
Wow. Wow. That's an old one.
砖、
What? I thought I was on the mark for that. Oh no, 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 no. I'm not on the mark for that. I'm not on the mark. I don't think no, I don't think that's right. Oh. Pretty sure that's lay down flat. It might be a different or like a different arrangement of words though. Oh no. Both Japanese and Chinese are coalescing too quickly. Hold up. Okay. Oh, not really. This is actually really
Jan.
old. YOLO? Man.
架 够
Or construct, yeah. I swear it's like lift. Oh, he's trying to lift something tremendous. Yeah, I don't remember tremendous. Yeah. No, I don't remember. What, the spray?
默 读
Oh. Oh. Oh, 化学. What? Oh, man. An altar and a dollhouse with some silk? Oh, wait. Probably.
综合
综合考虑后，我们做出了决定。
Or in summary? It's probably in summary as opposed to overall.
波 印 手册
请仔细阅读使用手册。
We practiced that.
放弃
他不会轻易放弃。
躺平
他喜欢躺平看书。
It's laid down flat. Or to lie flat. I don't know the difference between that lay and the other lay. I don't want to talk about it.
化石
恐龙的化石。
恐龙的化石 or like altogether comprehensive. Yeah. I think I'm gonna say altogether. Synthetic composite. Composite's pretty good. I thought this was like Cupid, right? And then in front, I thought that's Hua.
粗话，
不要说粗话。
I don't know what I typed the first time. It's not any different from. It's like harsh language. Like really harsh language, vulgar language. Coarse languages.
高兴，
我很高兴你能来。
I don't know what I typed the first 2 times. Oh yeah, that's guinea pig. We use guinea pig over here.
惊喜，
这个消息真是一个惊喜。
刀子，
他用刀子刺了我。
Hello there, Bree. How are you? How are you? Doing okay? I'm doing pretty well too. I was talking to someone earlier who maybe isn't doing so well. Hopefully they see a more auspicious outcome in the future. Relational things, friends, communication stuff. I had something to share with you. I don't quite remember. It has something to do with watching something. I don't remember anymore. What was it? It might come to me. You consider okay being alive at this point? Fair enough. I'll take it. That didn't work. Huh. No, it wasn't Wednesday. Wednesday was pretty entertaining. I think it's you know, Wednesday is more one of those things where you don't really have a compass, where there's no like groundedness in Wednesday, so you just go for the ride. It's just entertaining. And they set up the next season. I'm like, oh, okay, that's an interesting way to set up the 3rd season. What does Wednesday? Wednesday kind of exudes like the Lockwood stuff and whatnot. This goes on. It's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of unanswered questions. Like, what's the next thing? You know what? It's like Sandman. It's really like Sandman. Or Enid. I think. Well, I don't think there's anything to feel poor about until we find out what the next season has. You did like the dance with her and Agnes. Oh yeah, the dance routine. It seems like they're gonna put a dance routine. I'm kind of curious what their if that's like their staple, right? Their staple is to put in a dance routine. It's somewhere in the season, right? Because season 1 had a really viral dance routine too, and that was from Wednesday. You just mean like at the end she looks so sad in the rain all by herself? I guess. I feel like kind of difficult. She seems to be sad in times where I don't know if it's more solidarity, that she needs more solidarity than she needs sadness. But yeah, I think the thing I enjoyed quite the most about Wednesday season 2 is more of a fourth wall thing. I enjoy when actors have circumstances in which they have to act very differently, right? And the whole body switching thing is pretty typical, you know, like the Freaky Friday stuff. Is kind of fun to see the actors do perform differently, you know, have to perform differently. I like that craft. I like the craft of acting. I've lost who is consuming shrooms. I don't know anymore.
拆除，
他们拆除了旧建筑。
The thing that I was gonna mention was something like it's a show. It's definitely a show, or maybe a movie series. So either a movie series or a show that deals with all. It checks all the boxes, like somewhat comedy, criminals, organized crime, detective, and like 2 or 3 pairs of endearing characters, but it's one that we haven't brought up, and it's incredibly influential, but wouldn't be something that is mainstream influential. I don't remember what it is anymore. Maybe it'll come up.
乙，延迟，
由于雨水延迟了。
This is bask. I know what he's basking. Where is he basking in? It's like recuperate or something. Isheng健康 Gee. Yeah, I don't know who's... Oh, wait. Yeah, it's like the snot is in the wind. But who is it? Yeah, it's lost. Oh, no, wait. It's just Liao? Wait, this is Liao? Okay, so something else is... No, this is fine. Recuperate, right? Okay. No. This is fine. There's something else I'm thinking. I think it has Liao in it. So this one is the typical Liao. Yeah, this is a typical Liao. So that's fine. I didn't want to try it because I thought it was not it. Fine.
Xian,
Uh... Hmm.
路
What in the world? Oh, no, wait. That's not what I meant to type.
疗养
医生建议他去疗养。
Which one am I getting this mixed up with, actually? I should really know. It's not any of those. Yeah, it's not. This is the one that I think. But there's one other. And I'm not sure what it is. This is definitely Basque and suntan. It's Shrek. It's in the heckin' high school? Yeah, I need something for this. Okay, we'll write down shy. There's no way I'm thinking high school. That is so inappropriate. So I gotta think of it some other way. Yeah, this whole thing, like, why are they both in the high school? That's crap. That's not great. That's so bad. Like, you just can't get that. There's no way you would think of it in the high school bathroom. In that way of basking. Hmm. Okay. Shrek. Bathroom. High school. Alone. Daydreaming while basking in the sun through the window. About becoming a married couple. Outside nature on a deer, right? Some sort of romantic daydreaming while basking in the sunlight, right? I think that's a far more proper imagery. Okay.
夫 土堆
那个土堆看起来像小山丘。
How's the other guy doing? How's your friend doing, Bree? Your other friend. What is he doing now? Is Blueprint still on the docket?
委员会
委员会不会接受我的提案。
欣赏
他欣赏大自然的美。
What incarnation?
奶
Fine. That's fine. I don't want to
松
talk
鼠
about it.
你有吃过松鼠吗？
晒 命令
这是一个紧急命令。
大鼠我什么？What the 大鼠大水 Wait 大鼠味 Yeah? No. I was trying to fill it up by the sound. That didn't work.
甲
Oh, what was I gonna try? It was like it's not what I think it is.
咸鱼
我讨厌咸鱼的味道。
What? Oh. 飞机 Oops. I fat fingered the 3 instead of 4.
鼠标
我的鼠标坏了。
Hmm. Oh, oh. What? What? Oh, is it fall? Oh no, it's concentrate.
浓
Oh. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that one.
低估
不要低估学习中文的乐趣。
劳累
我感到非常劳累。
Oh. Why did I type a 1 there? What the heck?
估计
这是一个粗略的估计。
Oh. Gung. No. What is... What the heck is going on? Oh, man.
晒黑
他的脸晒黑了。
Man, okay. Pretty sure this is the... Oh, no, it's not. 大腿什么？大腿大腿蛙。
大腿袜
他喜欢穿大腿袜。
Or thigh high socks, not knee high. thigh high socks. I mean, kind of the same, sort of.
堆积
垃圾堆积在角落里。
Oh, I typed the wrong thing there. Okay.
配 剪刀
这把剪刀很锋利。
忍受
我不能忍受这种痛苦。
拒绝
他们拒绝接受帮助。
拒绝？I don't know. I took a guess and see what happened.
鼓励
老师常常鼓励我们努力学习。
愁容
他的愁容让人感到不安。
Just worried, I guess.
Worry look. I don't know why that's more correct, but that's fine. What? Huh. I'm not dealing with pedantics here. Oh, this is
硕，是非，
分清是非。
right and wrong. Okay. Actually, I want to know if this overlaps completely with the Japanese. Oh no. Interesting. There's nothing else. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I don't know what this means. Distant, cut apart, or oh, it's just long distance, or distance apart. Maybe like distance apart, or just distance. Oh, to cut off. No, this is bad. How do I do? Why is that? Oh, that's just refuse. Never mind. I don't want to talk about. Wasn't even thinking about it. Looking at refuse. I'm thinking of distance because of G. No, we're not going on. Fine. Got feelings, be darned.
赠送，
他赠送了一本书给我。
I'm okay with it. I might not be okay with this. What the heck is with that spray? That's not a road. Oh, wow.
激励，
这本书激励了很多人。
G is rough. G is definitely rough. Hmm. That's definitely cause. And I don't understand. Is it because of the silence? Hmm.
珍惜，
他们珍惜彼此的关系。
闭幕式，
闭幕式会在星期天举行。
无匹，
他展现出无匹的勇气。
It's unrivaled or unmatched. Okay. What? Oh no, that's not the end. It's an equal sign. Something makes me want to type ying instead. Or yin. Yin. I made a typo. Dang it. I really wanted to know. Oh, we'll come back around. The heckin' typo.
脸盆、
我用脸盆洗脸。
Okay, you got me. It's cause. I typed ying. Oh, it was a silence. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. It was unsilenced, which makes sense by this context. I typed yinzi, yingzi instead of yingzi. I'm not worried. That's fine.
傻、打鼓、
他喜欢打鼓。
触觉、
他的触觉很敏感。
功课、
孩子们正在写功课。
功课 writing what? A lesson? Or like their test, their degree, their homework? I think lesson.
暗杀、
暗杀任务成功完成。
剑、荒、
Heck. Heck.
射杀、
我射杀了一只兔子。
开幕式、
你看了开幕式吗？
What?
零、
Oh. Wait. What the heck?
除夕、
除夕是一个重要的节日。
Oh, it's Feng. Feng was it?
风、
Oh, it answers itself actually. Feng. Oh, it answered itself. I played myself. I actually made it harder on myself. Dang.
鸭、
It was self-explanatory.
严肃、
会议上气氛很严肃。
科、玻璃、
玻璃是沙子做的。
裁判、
他当了10年裁判。
It's something like trial, but it's not trial.
负
that was unexpected.
敬请
敬请参加我们的聚会。
因子
2和3都是6的因子。
Or equal? Oh no, it's a... Or is that the factor? Oh yeah, actually that's probably factor.
偷偷
我们偷偷的进入了房间。
What? Oh. That's not it. That's shoge. Or yes. It's uh
撞击
他用身体撞击门。
it's a trial, but a referee. A judge. I'm just gonna write judge. Could be a trial as well. I think referee is going to. That could also be referring to a judge, though, but not a trial. Fair enough. I don't think I'm too worried about that. I'm not so sure about this one though.
总裁
总裁对决策负责。
总裁 overall judge overall cut off all overall cutout. These are the new ones, the ones that would be problem from yesterday.
"师傅
他是一位武术师傅。
Oh no, that's not it.
幽默
他没有幽默感。
Oh no, that's humor actually. Yo more. We practiced that too.
阅览室、
阅览室里很安静。
文献、
他在阅读历史文献。
That's gonna get lost at some point. Feels bad, man. This might as well.
猴、
It's already lost. Oh, no, it's not lost yet. There's so many that are so loose lately.
展览会、
这是一个艺术展览会。
傻笑、
他看见我就傻笑。
大胆、
那是一个大胆的想法。
Like overall, cut out. I don't know how to interpret this. It's like overall judgment. Oh, the president. The president is gonna work. Done. Bye. It's described as best as possible. I'm not gonna repeat this because this is from yesterday. I even lost it immediately after yesterday. Actually, we could maybe integrate some of the components in it to help. That could help, right? I don't think so. We have dress, radio. Means what else can we do? 中东. I guess we just have to think about 中东. Is that written here anywhere? No. It's 总统. No, 总统. Yeah, that's all I got. So we're just gonna have to do it. 总统. That's from yesterday. Oh, now repeating something from as repeated as we can. I think I missed it. H there. This is humor, which can be tough. That was lapse of judgment.
相撞、
两车在路口相撞。
长、
What? Oh, wait. Yeah.
收拾、
我快要收拾完了。
Whoa, what? Oh. I typed in S instead of Z.
献血，
献血可以拯救生命。
花束，
挥舞花束表示欢迎。
遭，
I think I might have misremembered this. Like this is actually might actually be incorrect. Yeah, I'm 100%. This is how I remembered it. So I must confused it was something else. This is the coyote giving grain in the and then transferring. So yeah, this is a misremember. It's not in the bathroom, it's in the pawn shop. So that is actually a mistake on encoding. There's absolutely 100% that's what I wrote. I am pretty sure, like 99% sure that's what I wrote. That's how I remembered it, which is not correct. That happens every once in a while. It's fine, I guess.
痛恨，
他痛恨不公平。
调，
So we gotta correct that. So this is
连，
yeah. So not in the bathroom, but inside the pawn shop. Maybe the pawn shop's coyote. Pawn shop owner's coyote.
促销，
这本书今天开始促销了。
这本书今天开始促销了。Urge. Spend. Complete. Finish. Sales promotion. Oh, that type of spend, not spent. No, I'm fine with it. Well, we'll write it down, but now we spend time going over this. It's a different type of spend, and that's fine. I think the urge part is kind of bad. A little bit. Is it? 促销. Now we'll just iterate. It's a sales promotion, regardless of however you look at it. But I didn't think about it. It's one of those. One of those 9 out of 10 times kind of situation. Like, well, not today, it seems. To say complete or finish there still fills the sentence, so the sentence is not good enough to differentiate between the two. Because it just says this book is about to finish, complete. You could argue that. But it's more like the book promo, sales promo is about to start. And so it's about to the book is about to start to finish. Like it's near its end. You know what? I could use that content sentence. I think that's what we're gonna. Interesting. The le, chu xiao le. The le is throwing me off. I'm thinking more of an action than a noun. Yeah.
Chang.
Yeah. 太是出烧了. Yeah. That's what's throwing me off. Is there like a promotion? Oh, it's a promotion. I think we're just gonna add to promotes, which is my first. That was where that's what I typed first. Actually, I'm not gonna even bother with reviewing it. It's just gonna be a promotion. The context is whatever it's promoting. Because Chu is not dealing with sales either. Zhongtong. Zhongcai, the other type.
Yong.
Oh no, that's eternity. Eternity is what they want for that one.
损害
过多的太阳曝晒会损害皮肤。
Got stuck on this a little bit. Ah! That's, sure. How did I screw this up? I used the wrong...
摘
luck. Luck might get lost. This is eternity. Which is okay, but it's also connected with swim in a very specific case. Yo-yo. But that is like a very specific case. It's not as useful as eternity. I guess. Oh no, wait.
贺卡 胆量
他有很大的胆量。
What in the... Wait. That's new, right? What in the coyote? Oh wait, just kidding. Or it's a neighbor. Right? I'm looking at this so weird, and it's because I'm looking at it so weird, I don't remember it anymore. Or the right is G. What the heck are the hills? Uh, 邻居, oh. I was thinking of Ling with a G. I couldn't remember. It's not G. I couldn't think of this. This is new. This is the new component. And how does this work? Oh. No. No, this is not it. It's just neighbor. I just forgot neighbor. I think that's new, so we're not gonna go. Finally. It'll happen. Yeah. Fine. It's new.
10
Give it a go, you know. Let it seep a little. Die. Or die.
邻居
我们的邻居常常帮助我们。
It's to escape the heat. It's definitely escape the heat. The hot sauce. That was Bigfoot. Oh, is she? Oh. I typed in O, didn't I? I typed in O. Dang it. That's okay. It's what I think it is, but I typed show instead of shu. Can I improve on Shu? Just the elder statue in the house that's holding a sun and it's like radiating sunlight. That's
信贷、
我用信贷买的它。
避暑、
nope. I think this is to continue. Oh no, maybe it's not. Pretty sure it's G. I think the left side is not correct. Why is that? What? Oh. Oh wow, that's diagnosis.
诊断、
I think we are being a little bit more rigid today. Liberal today, but that's fine. Okay. Alright. So we have Pope. Have some characters that are new that aren't sitting well. The ones not unexpected either. This one's pretty bad. Sure. Ying. Not great. Not great. So not that hot either. Ting, probably the strongest. E, not that great. Quan. This one's okay. Lin. Lian Tian. Or I can't tell. Lian Suo. Suo is bad. Suo is pretty weak. Lian Suo Dian. La Suo. 千 yen. Ce 辞职宿舍2艳丽敲敲门敲门敲门安慰安慰错财Yeah, that one's so weak. Wording is and diction. Wording diction is weak. Weak. 邀请欣慰欣慰This one's kind of weak. Shisu. Okay. All right. We have James Bond in the beach house or in the house. Where does it say in the beach house? It's fine. In the house is fine too. Like investigating, he's trapped in someone else's house where he is clenching from some effect of this weird totem thing. Like weird totem device, right? High-tech weird totem device. And while he's clenching, he's also clenching onto his pills, which helps him alleviate whatever this device is. Some engineered pills help him with it while he's on a mission. Okay. And we have Yoshi in the basement of the infirmary, where he's enjoying a beverage, not really understanding, enjoying some beverage and some food. not really understanding how expensive the bill is going to be, right? More than all his medical bills combined, right? Superman is giving a tour to the Pope. Being the journalist he is, and they're currently in the basement, and the basement was the last stop on the tour, which the Pope found very satisfactory, and the Pope gifted him a rope made of golden thread. Say made of golden thread. As a gesture of gratitude. Something a superhero can appreciate. Okay. Now we have Timmy Turner in front of the English Manor, where he wished the construction of a shack. And in this hall of the shack, he is selling or advising for anyone who wants to listen, catch the ears of any of the rich peeps on how to create nets out of spools of thread, or the net guns he has. How do we net gun? Is it like a lid with a net, ground, and a heart? Net gun that he's selling for the rich people who's going on hunts, right? Expeditions. Then we have Bigfoot, who's in the bathroom of his house, where he's messing around. He's messing around by constructing a wall out of hot sauce bottles. Bigfoot likes hot sauce. Who knew? And they're fortified and molded with dirt, mud, and proceeds to make more hot sauce. That one can get lost. I think that's kind of a B situation. I like Currency and Bing. What was Bing combined? But kind of a tough one. And B also for Avoid. Now we have Koopa, who's in the basement. Koopa is in the basement of the pawn shop, where he works, and he noticed a fellow Koopa soldier in worn out secondhand military clothing at an altar, at a store altar, maybe praying for good fortune for his next deployment. And Koopa decided to give him a bill which produces some funds for better equipment. Here's next venture. Alright, what are the most disappointing? I think Dui Huo is kind of disappointing. How does that even work? Dui Huo. Oh, dialogue. Honestly, I don't remember how to. Is it like yeah, it's Boku. Yeah? Does it go through the line? I don't think so. I think it's just the spikes, but very flat. Or laurel wreath, whatever they use. Then oh, I am not good at this character. I am not okay with this character. I'm not sure if that's a scepter or a... It's very unique. But like horns, and then is it a scepter or a spool of thread? Something else to the right? Don't remember. Caliper. I have to work on that. You don't use this. This is a very specific to Dui. And Wall. Oh no, not Dui Huo. Dui Hua. I don't know why I typed Huo. Dui Hua. Dialogue. I think to talk is fine. Good enough. Using concern. Yi. Yi. Which one, Yi? Oh. Yi. Already. Shun. I think Shun was the basket thing. Oh. Tremendous. Shy. Oh no, shy. Oh, shy. Oh my goodness. Shy is a monster. Ay, no. How did it work? Oh, you need the married couple on top of the deer. I was like working on my deer and I'm like, oh dearie me. Wait. I already lost. Okay. Yeah. Shy and Lee. Wolf. Okay. I might have missed a stroke. I can't tell if there's a ground. There's no ground. There's no ground. Oh, I missed a dot though. Yeah, I missed a dot. Alright. Can we switch this up a little? Yep. Okay. Thinking imagining it. Does the dot still stay in the character? It does. Sometimes dots get dropped. Sometimes. But seldom. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. It's okay. Today was like meh because there were 3 or 4 new ones that just got added. That I'm gonna give it another day. Give it another day or two. Like within this week, it's gonna come up one or two more times. Alright, that's a wrap for our HanziHero session today. Why was this session a little bit longer? Oh yeah, because of the discussion regarding friendship, right? Or communication, really. Communication, how to approach talking to people. Like, I think we're more in the realm of social anxiety or like being complacent or things like cognitive dissonance, right? Where I spend more of the time listening and then pointing out things that might be inconsistent or not consistent, as opposed to like suggesting straight up how to circumnavigate and whatnot. I just don't have enough information most of the time. I think it can be very helpful to have someone point things out. Like, is it different? But you're saying it's the same, but different. So how do you know? That kind of thing. I think getting a little clarity can be helpful. Adding stuff while the person is trying to negotiate the if you notice like inconsistencies, right? But in order to alleviate the consistencies, you inundate them with more information. I feel like that is less successful. Or that can reduce the chance of success. So today was more about listening, collecting information. Hopefully things work out for the person. Maybe not. Hopefully they have someone nearby that can provide them with some much needed clarity. Obviously, it was made clear to me that this person is conversing with multiple people or different sources and different people. They consider them as different people and different sources. I think it would be very healthy to realize that people are people, but they have different circumstances, but the people themselves are not incapable of something. Thinking it in the way that you write off people because you treat them differently based on a pretext as opposed to a subtext is a little bit concerning. I think you can do pretext and subtext. A pretext is important if your thinking is, in my opinion, rational or reasonable. But I think when you're trying to make friends and you're trying to make exceptions of context, then then it's not a surprise you can't make friends, because the way you think friends should be made is not in the context that you're trying to make friends. And that, in my opinion, is a cyclic argument. So if the way you understand how to express yourself is the way you choose not to express yourself, when the context requires that you need to express yourself, then that's talking circles. So any further implements or any further contribution from a stranger for an outside source would be, not to say it's not helpful or you can press for it, but ultimately it would not be received, right? If someone is convinced that people are different because of their unnoticeable pretext, then without being able to rewrite the pretext or change the pretext, I think anything that's downstream is irrelevant. It's kind of like saying, this person believes they cannot learn another language because they're too old to. Well, without being able to alleviate that pretext by listening to them, asking them how to explain that, like, what is it that you believe, or how do you explain that you don't have the capacity to learn another language, right, at your age, for example? Is that true? Do you have examples of that? That type of thing helps with pretext. And then when you ask them and explain them, they might have the answers themselves, or they come to the realization or awareness that obviously some of those things are not true. It's not the point to be right about it. Like, I feel righteous indignation, hubris, and pride is a really dangerous situation here. Like, can be a really dangerous. You could argue like, well, I know an example, therefore it's faulty to have that logic. Like, well, that won't necessarily help the person if they believe they can't, right? So the idea is to address the pretext. And when you're listening, in my opinion, if you truly believe that the things that you see are true, you know, universally, or the reality includes that, then ultimately it would be reflected in the person's awareness, right? Like when someone says, I can never learn a language, and their pretext is, oh, most people who are older than me don't learn a second language. Like, that's great. Now you ask them, like, that's most. Are you saying that's not everyone? Because there's going to be something that they say that will not be concordant with facts. So if you truly want to check your facts at the door, then the idea is to see if those facts are indeed facts to this person. It wouldn't be a fact if that person is unaware of it. And telling them what is fact may be pedantic and condescending, right? So especially when someone is emotionally compromised. When someone is emotionally compromised, they are even less likely to take in facts. Like, I feel like I'm gonna scroll down the internet trope. Like, for example, when someone says, I'm really starving and I want some food, and then someone will say, well, the fact is there are a lot of people starving in the world. That's in my opinion, the inherent type of talking at someone, right? You're talking at someone instead of with them, or even against them. You're not really making a counter argument. You're just stating a fact. You're stating a fact so that people can infer what you mean by the fact. You do not address the person. You did not talk about the person. You did not even include the person's feelings, nor like made it germane to the problem. Like, so what about this? What about people who are starving around the world? How is that relevant to this person starving now? Right. So instead of even talking against the person or like supporting the person, but by stating a fact, not even like, we're not going to even get to with the person, because you're not having a discussion now. You're just stating a fact and it just ends there. There's no explainer as to why did you mention that? Why is it important? What are your motivations? So in this case, when someone comes up to me and say like they can never socialize in a public space, or they can never they are almost permanently reliant on certain things and can never see it as different, you have to explore that, and it takes time, right? So hopefully the act of exploring, the act of explaining things to anyone, anywhere, even to yourself, makes it less and less difficult. Like, we're not talking about progress here or like changing someone's mind, but the act of doing it can help with making it less difficult to do it. So when you do it enough, it might increase your chance of getting lucky. And that is like the low hanging fruit. That is the lowest of the low, in my opinion. Like, if you can get someone to do something and continue to do it, even then, that is much, in my opinion, that is still more proactive than waiting to get lucky and doing nothing, right? Sharing nothing, externalizing nothing. The idea is, if someone is very isolated and feeling really secluded and feel like nothing is working out, I think if there's anything a stranger can do, in my opinion, is get them to interact, motivate, somehow use whatever skills you have, whatever experience you have that may be able to get them to interact more, not less. The more isolated they become, the less and less likely anything's going to change. The less and less likely that luck will happen upon them, right? You wish, like in these situations when someone is very dire, I wish luck on them. The downside is luck is indiscriminate. So if you retreat and you isolate and continue to be more and more inactive, then you are left alone. And leaving someone alone, like it's one of those things that I say quite often in like the online space. A lot of time you can be surrounded and have access to millions and billions of people. Even the lowest, like even one post on Twitter could get you the feedback of hundreds of thousands of people, like if you like willing to go extreme and all that stuff. But you can feel incredibly lonely and isolated, like no one cares and no one would bother investing energy, right? Or divesting energy. And that is a very tough place. I think, again, the minimum thing a stranger who might be concerned, or maybe someone who makes themselves available, can do is find clever ways or find a listening ear to encourage the person to do something. It can be anything. The idea is that the person doesn't stop or choose to never communicate in any way. Like what's crying is a form of communication. It doesn't have to come out as crying. Complaining is a form of communication, right? It draws attention to you. And we're talking about like dire situations, individuals who have given up on a lot of things, like almost everything. The moment everything shuts out, it doesn't matter if you live right next door to someone or you're like you have like 6 roommates that are around. They can't tell. It's going to be difficult. And it's even, in my opinion, right now, this is what I am far more concerned about when it comes to language learning and cultural exchange. This is the cultural growing pains that I feel gets glossed over so often. I think there are quite influential people that have started to get a lot of these questions, like these FAQs, frequently asked questions, that involves these, because the growing amount of people who are like thinking about moving and engaging in cultural exchange, uprooting your life and engaging in an entirely different culture, like becoming a transplant into another culture. The first year is arguably going to be one of the most culturally routinely, statistically likely disorienting and confusing experience. And on top of that, and here's where I become so personally am concerned, is not only are these people uprooting their life, we're not even talking about established adults, right? When we're talking about the social media aspect and people are portraying, we're talking about young adults who are also leaving their nest for the first time. So not only did you not have the skills for the experience to be in a familiar environment, but leaving the nest, so that independence, right, the leaving the nest part, that is already brutal in my opinion. That can be very daunting. I would say mileage may vary, but before the internet, leaving the nest was expected, right? A decade when let's just say when I was younger, there was a far more statistically higher frequency of people leaving the nest at around this time that most people are talking about, or the people I encounter every once in a blue moon, right? But now the talk is these individuals, not only do they leave the nest, they leave for another country, spurred on by how globally we are now, like, you know, how global. And we're talking about people who self-select into the internet culture, so those who do have a global appeal or global awareness, but they not only have to contend with becoming independent or seemingly having all the agency, that also mean that their highly dependent relationship with online explicitness is going to fall apart, in my opinion. It's likely going to fall apart because those things are not represented. They are underrepresented. And not only are they underrepresented, even if they get a lot of appeal, like get overrepresented, the user may not be interested in it. So younger, you know, I'm going to say 20s, early 20s, like university student who decide their first thing is they not only are going to move, going to move out of the house and attend their university for the first time, they decide, wouldn't it be romantic to also move to a different country, right? And no, this is independent of country. It's not, oh, a specific country is better than another specific country or more welcoming. This is internal. A lot of this stuff is juxtaposed. It's if you have the skills to adapt, someone can be incredibly heartwarming, welcoming. The culture can be incredibly heartwarming, adjusting, but that would be assuming that the person who's moving, the social norms are aligned with each other. I don't think there's a double standard here. There aren't particularly any cultures that are specifically superior in accepting everyone. Social norms are social norms. Humans operate in collectives. So you can be incredibly heartwarming, but still not welcoming to someone who doesn't have a problem with adjusting to a new cultural background. So that's kind of what I typically worry about. So nowadays when I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, that's the first thing I hear. Honestly, like 90% of the time is someone saying, oh yeah, I really like this culture, I plan on moving over there, so I'm gonna start learning the language. And in between the lines somewhere is they understand all the financial burdens, the isolation, the initial isolation, the incredible high barrier if you are surrounded by in-group and you're the part of the out-group. So the foreigner delusion, right? The delusional foreigner aspect, rose-colored goggles and stuff. You're gonna feel isolated despite being surrounded by people who are very welcoming. Most of the things you look for are all the differences because the differences are striking, instead of clinging on to and working on all the similarities you can find, right? And then building on those similarities. And sometimes you just move to a culture that's entirely incompatible, but you yourself believe that you are of that culture, only to realize that leaving the nest and adjusting to a new environment can be incredibly overwhelming, not only on top of your potential social anxiety and lack of communication skills because of a heavy reliance on the internet hustle culture. So that's like a perfect storm. And so far, if there's anything I talked about more outside related to language learning, it is the generalities that people use that are filled with double standards. They talk about all the desired things that they want and imagine in the culture that they're interested in, therefore the target language that they're interested in, without knowing all the things that aren't desirable or maybe not important. Less desirable things are not important online, and desirable things are positive, more important things. That is confirmation bias. You only see the things you want to see, and you don't see the things you don't want to see. So on the internet, that's the same. You always get to see the things you want to see, and you never get to see the things you don't want to see. And then when you see things you don't want to see, you can stop them from showing up, right? And one of those things is probably talking to a person who probably differs from you dramatically, and still yet, when you meet someone that is that differs from you quite a lot, that person has to exercise tact and sensitivity, because the online's behavioral profile, the normalized behavior for online is, if they strongly disagree with you, they leave. That's it. You can't reach a person like that, right? And the irony here is that if given a situation where you have to occupy the same space, that might actually work out. You know, the whole tough love, say it like it is, call it as it is, that situation. But online, they can leave whenever they want. Everything is voluntary online, right? So I think in general, those who are very genuine, very highly skilled, very experienced, while it's admirable to create an entire community of call it like it is and always speaking from your mind and never like being agreeable or something like that, you collect community members that are healthy. You collect community members that are always entirely in agreement. So that makes it really good. It's an echo chamber, but echo chamber for maybe a good reason, right? Group think in a great way, in a synergistic way. However, that means that group of people who are incredibly candid and honest, they do not concern themselves with disagreements, because they're very clear and articulate at collecting and selecting for people who agree with them. So that also means that those people do not encounter people who may be lost, because they voluntarily self-select themselves into a place that doesn't make them feel lost, right? Like, that's why online communities are very harmonious most of the time, provided that the core of the community does not create dissonance. Now, there are communities who are built on dissonance, which is reflective in their community, so that becomes a social norm. There's a lot of arguing and discussing, and there are a few communities who like to portray as intellectuals, and they talk about tough subject matters. But I think a large majority of internet communities are built on selective confirmation bias. It's self-selected, so that's great because it creates harmony, right? And in this case, these are the situations why they fall through the cracks. Then you have individuals like, meanwhile, you're celebrating and championing, oh, it's easy, just pick up a language, do X, Y, and Z, save up enough money, go here, and it's the best way. And the best way is because of a limited, the context of the limited application. Like, the best way to learn Japanese is to move to Japan. Like, I agree. Like, there's no argument in a closed system. The best way to learn Japanese is to go where Japanese is being used, right? But when someone sees that, they believe that everything else is the best way too. Like, everything else that comes with moving to Japan is the best way. Chinese is very similar. In fact, Chinese might be a little even weirder. Like, is China the best place to learn Chinese, right? I'm not saying I have the answers for these things. Who do you listen to learn English, for example? Like, well, everyone knows English online, but you can have an argument about where the best English is or something like that. Now the question is, does that English help you with communicating and negotiating miscommunications and whatnot. I think it's a lot easier when you have a language that's entirely self-selected, strongly sort of in IRL and the online community. But oftentimes, remember, the online community is self-selected. So an IRL might not be as self-selected, but you can still do that. IRL, right? You can go to a bar, for example, that's specifically catering to something, but it's more spurious. And that's where things kind of fall apart. Whenever I hear the same old pattern, in my opinion, this is a very classic pattern where someone would say, it's not like I don't have any social skills, but they're online, right? They're online social skills. That's fair. However, the question is, do that person understand there are more social skills than online? So what I mean by that is, how do you incentivize someone? How do you encourage and be nurturing or give them application without scaring them away? Because online, once you scare the person away, they never show up anymore. So, but if you're in IRL, like say you have to go to a class and the teacher it's a teacher-student responsibility. Well, they have to show up again, right? And again, they're obligated to show up. Or like a roommate situation, you're obligated to see each other again. So that obligation, like moving to Japan, is really great at creating habit formation or forcing obligation onto the person. That's what makes learning Japanese, moving to Japan, learning Japanese, quote unquote, the best way. But I disagree on fundamentals in general, on what is the reason, how, why, where is it makes it very efficacious, and that's obligation, right? Online chatting, online discussions, socializing online is opportunistic. It is self-selection. It is voluntary. Speaking IRL is constantly being said as though it's separated from online, but you don't do things online that you have to do until you have to do it. So that's one of my like silver linings about online schooling, right? If online schooling obligates someone to communicate, which they still don't, by the way, online classes are still handled like they're different from IRL obligations, despite having classes. Like when you're in front of the computer, right? You're on online course. How many times do you think I hear people saying, oh, I just have the feed on, but I'm really like playing video games and this is boring, so I just like watch YouTube while going on class? How often do you think that happens in a classroom setting? Now, it still happens, but we're talking about comparing the two, right? I would say the person who shows up IRL would be even less likely statistically to do that. Now, are they different? No, they're not different. I think they can be similar, more similar than they are different, but I think it's like a social pressure to do so. I don't think teachers are socially pressured to like push regulations where you must demonstrate that you're not distracted that you otherwise would be, right? And that's an invasion of privacy, right? There's like rights and liberties. There's a lot of moral and ethical concerns. So oftentimes showing up in IRL imposes a lot of obligations that are not voluntarily consented to. Like, for example, how you look. So here's a fun thought experiment to kind of end the thought. If you knew you have to show up to a location every day for 5 hours, would that person ultimately feel obligated to also consider what they dress like? how their ability to get there, how their form of communication is going to be, and how they're going to present themselves in the public? The answer is probably statistically significantly yes. But since you don't have to do any of those things when you're online, then you don't practice any of those things. I don't think there is a person that is born healthy, a thinker, who can even self-diagnose their, I don't know, mental disorders and stress, or fully aware, and then still have encyclopedic knowledge of Wikipedia or their favorite show, is incapable of seeing that without obligation there isn't a alternative external motivation to self-improve or become aware. So I think when someone says, once I go to university, I'm going to move to another country, the country that I really love, and I'm already learning a language for it. This is self-selection, obviously. We're specifically talking about people who interacted with me because I happen to be language learning, right? That's a big selection factor. We're not talking about people who don't like language learning, who's outside. Oftentimes, language learning is associated with the prospect of being integrated in another culture. Their first step is that I said this over and over again, like, they're learning a language, but when I communicate all the time, like when I communicate, if I have the opportunity, the privilege to talk to them, they do not have the communication skills or the critical thinking skills to make use of that language, in my opinion. And what I mean is make use in a way that will be protective of their self-esteem and the things to come. And it's not my place. Like, it's, you know, it's up to parenting, their friends, even their online friends, their long distance relationships. It's to those things, right? I'm not a trained professional, and I do not want to take responsibility or liability for. I'm trying to encourage young people to understand that the many things they are doing, when they move to another country, they lack the skills that are not baked into like whatever their scholarly duties are. It's kind of like when a parent's this sounds like a really morbid topic. I don't really want to talk about this too much, but it's like a parent kicking a kid out of their house when they lack the parenting skills to know that their kid is ready or have prepared the child to be independent, right? Like it's a two-body problem. There was like a controversial figure, or like not a controversial, but a very influential figure that made a controversial, bold statement about like a parent approached them in a call and said like, so what do you do if your two grown kids, grown as in like they're in their 20s, are still living in the house? And that person said like, kick them out of the house, right? But there's a silver lining. Obviously, I'm reading like a buzz topic. I'm guessing this person is very well respected, and they meant like kick them out of the house and see how they do. You know, keep an eye on them, provide them, you know, with support when they need. But they have to leave the current environment that they have in order to illustrate that if the parents are great, if the parents know what they're doing and they know that their child is ready, if they kick them out of the house and keep an eye on them, they will get their answer. The parents will get their answer, and the child will likely get their answer if they're ready. So to me, that's what happens when, you know, I'm on like the bottom low-hanging fruit situation where I typically place myself in a position where you encounter people who, the more I talk to someone, the less and less likely I believe they might be like a bit estranged from their family, right? When I think of interacting with a university student, that I feel I'm absolutely confident the moment they even leave their university environment or go to another country or something, they'll be fine, is how well they explain their connection with people and their thoughts and their wants and needs. Like, how well are they executing them? Not how well they are currently doing, as in like, oh, I have a PhD and so, no, like that stuff you can get a PhD and still be poorly managing your life. Like, I mean, I did. I'm a great example. I barely had my life together. Like, I, as much as I want to be like, someone who says like, oh, I've got my life together all the time. It's like, I've learned a lot of my shortcomings during a very advanced level of education. I think that you could make an argument that education should provide these things, right? And I still feel like universally it's not true. Where some people would argue, oh, but some countries are better at this than other countries. And like overall, I don't think it's sufficient regardless, in my opinion. I'm a little cynical about this. But generally speaking, love and care is forever. I want to echo, I think a show I recently watched, right? What is it? Maybe it's Fargo? It's probably an episode of Fargo. Children are born to always receive your love. I mean, I don't have children of my own, but the idea is you don't just stop loving, like people don't try to stop loving people because their obligation is over to them. So friends, if friends choose to stop loving friends, then the obligation is over, right? But I don't think that's what you strive for. People look out for each other. They always continue to look out for each other, despite if you know it or not. It's kind of like the invisible hand that guides, right? I think that's one thing that bridges between like Western and Eastern culture. I talk about this, the whole West meets East kind of situation, but overall it still has a guiding hand. It's a balance between a guiding hand and like different forms of expression of love and connection, right? Nevertheless, in my opinion, it's wild how consistently the age gap is correlated with how well adjusted someone can be. Like, when I went to college, I didn't know how to socialize. Like, that didn't change. Like, what I mean is there are age-old human condition stuff that just, we're humans. Evolution or like, semantic changes do not happen overnight. Despite the internet like 5 times over evolving, humans don't evolve that fast. So sorry if some people find evolution controversial, but behavioral consequences and behavioral needs do not evolve faster than technology can compensate for it, or maybe not even compensate for it. So for now, when you move and you feel a sense of loneliness or a constant sense of source of negativity, there's no amount of technology that can substitute for that, right? For human connection, in my opinion. And it happens so consistently. We have codependencies that lead to complacency as opposed to constantly pushing for independence and redundance as a form of showing strength in codependency, right? Like, so if you're codependent with a partner, one of the motivators is that codependency spawns independency in order to support and reinforce the codependency, right? That's the balance. That's the part. But I think the internet has largely eroded that balance. It comes with every facet of life nowadays, at least in my opinion. And I think the first step is for awareness, and then maybe for technology to compensate for it at some point. I don't think technology has or is currently compensating for that sufficiently. It can in the future, because technology can change very rapidly. Biology doesn't. So, for example, how do you get all the other skills? Well, you need conflict resolution. And it's both ways. The people who believe that they can't make friends can also be the same people who do not reach out to make friends in the first place, right? And the people who do not make friends based on their actions, may make friends based on happenstance. And those individuals would not have the ability to reach out to make new friends, not based on happenstance. And what does that lead to, in my opinion? Racism and discrimination. Most places that if happenstance is the primary way that people get together, they are the most racist. I'm not saying they're bad people or they're incapable of kind, compassion, and ethics. It's the idea that happenstance, the social dogma of their environment, is dictating how they behave. So then anyone who's entering that social dogma don't know what the dogmas are. They can educate themselves as much as possible, but it doesn't compensate for experience, right? It's a combination of knowledge and wisdom that allows them. So if you're saying, oh, your place, your environment is all about happenstance, then yeah, you can never become friends with them, right? What is a happenstance? Well, a country that has a really traditional, monocultural, almost homogeneic standard, then that means any foreigner that comes in will feel like a foreigner forever. Maybe even to the point where they would go back. And then what happens is that person who goes back will also have to acclimate going back, because now they are also a foreigner going back, right? So you get this into this dire loop of being stuck between two places. I think that's one of the things that require balance, right? There are cultures that are in the other direction where it's laborious every single time when someone talks, because if there are two people who are the same, they're often treated differently because they're assumed that they're different because they're individualistic, right? And then it has its trade-offs too, right? It can be long, arduous, spurious, unpredictable, maybe like sporadic, right? So it's not consistent. It's not happenstance. It's individualism. So what happens is you have to explain yourself. You have to be able to express yourself. And that's where I kind of favor, because I live in a culture that is more reliant on explaining and expressing. You thrive far more through proactive expression. Now, the tough part is if you're coming from a country like that and then you're integrating to a country that thrives on happenstance and subtext, you have to join them, right? You have to join them in the subtext, in the happenstance. Do you know if it's normal that they just decide on a decision like this online and then offline they wall you out or something? You have to adjust to those things. I think in this case, the conversation I had today was reflective of someone who continues to want an experience that is not reflected in the culture, despite me never being that country. I think one of the things is kind of like coming to my parents' house and expecting that we constantly say, I love you, I care about you, goodbye, thank you to each other, when subtextually we do that. We don't say it. There are different ways to express thank you, I know, I got it. Like, for example, here's one that I use. It's pretty harmless. When my parents want to check if the dishes are done, they could get up and look at the kitchen, and then it would sit back down and say nothing. And then when I get up and walk over there, if I do the dishes, that is acknowledgement subtextually that I've done my responsibility. That's not, and then I wouldn't say anything. It's not like my parents are gonna say, oh, thanks for washing the dishes, or it's expected of me, right? That is subtextual, it's happenstance. You are drilled by your environment to do things. If there's trash on the floor, you clean it up. It doesn't matter if it's your trash, it's your home. You share it with other people, right? So that's very different when it comes to communication. I think some people think that because it's subtextual, all the good things happen subtextually as well. They don't. It requires your participation, in my opinion. That is the hidden language, the subtextual cultural thing that a language is supposed to encourage you to maybe transpose into your environment. I think language is a part of culture. Culture is more than the language itself, right? So in this case, whenever someone says, oh yeah, you know, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do this, and my first thought is, I don't think you're going to do any of those things. If you do end up doing all those things, man, you are missing some stuff. Or you're skipping some steps. And hear me out. Yes, I don't live in Japan or China, and I can still see those I can still see those inconsistencies. So I can only imagine what it's like for someone who's living in those countries. Like, for me, my experience came from my parents and how I interact as a multicultural person, right? So all those things, I've learned through all those things too. And it wasn't great. I mean, you try your best, you just keep doing it. Like, it's to the point where you expect misunderstanding, or in my environment, you expect misunderstanding. So you learn how to get good at it, or not really good at it, but in a sense, you learn how to behave appropriately, either through trial and error, intuition, or even scholastic pursuit. But generally speaking, when I hear someone say it's the end of the world because someone unfriends you on Facebook, I often try my best at all times to understand that there are various conditions in which that is catastrophic. It is emotionally and mentally disheartening and debilitating. For myself personally, if someone wants to hear my opinion, is that that's probably very normal. It probably happens every second, every millisecond online. When someone says, I don't want to see you again, IRL, and your roommates, that's a whole different situation. But that doesn't mean the human that's in that interaction is any different from the potential human that you just unfriended or yelled at online. It's the filters that makes for their appropriate behavior, right? The human potential didn't change, at least in my opinion. You can, and maybe the internet will change for that reason, right? Maybe in another 2 or 3 years or so, I'll be talking about deeper contexts, and everyone will be like not about having millions of viewers per one person, but more like 100 to 1,000 viewers of different distribution of persons, experienced people to inexperienced people may change entirely. Who knows? Certainly society is like the human condition is responding and reflexively and responsively, reacting to technological changes right now. I think one of the very obvious technological changes that is going to be addressed in the future is how stunted is problem solving and critical thinking. And a problem solving and critical thinking is at the root, in my opinion, of human ingenuity and intellectual capacity. So ask yourself, when was the last time you had a problem that you solved? It doesn't matter how trivial it is. The question is, how did you go about it? Because in my opinion, having a child go to school because they're obligated to go to school and being introduced to incredible, vibrant, scary, anxious, I think there's one thing that's scarier for the child. There is something to be said that if it's scary for the child, for myself, it's exponentially scarier for the parent. But the thing is, at some point, it will continue to be scarier and scarier. Like, if a child is not allowed to make like interactions and solving problems and stuff, maybe even contend with the idea that they can't know everything in the world, which the internet may give you that perception that they do know everything and everything in the world and everything that life has to offer because it's at the palm of your hands. That dissonance, right? I can only imagine what it feels like for a parent to try to kick out or like to try to push a child that's now in their 20s out of the house, because now the child is an adult, and not in the sense of, we're not talking about like mental capacity and stuff. The responsibilities this person has is dramatically even scarier than when they were a child. Like the problem doesn't, like the process of the human condition doesn't go away. It's not like suddenly humans are have the ability to inherit wisdom or experience, right? So it kind of stinks. I think that's probably where that's kind of a negative tone. So let's end it with a more positive tone. Humans are incredibly resilient, in my opinion. Love, invisible hand, makes that resilience recognize its potential, or at least recognize the potential. Maybe not necessarily achieve the potential, but recognizes the potential in order to create motivation to milk or like grasp or train and weave and harness that potential, right? You may never reach the peak of your potential across the board, but it's the urge and the push and the guidance to try to reach that potential, right? And I think it is incredibly awesome to see that hopefully that younger people continue to exude that. I've been focusing a lot on engaging with younger people who don't have that motivation or feel like they don't, and they have no capacity or potential to do that. That's a tough spot. So I want to counter. It is that potential is tappable on the other end too. You can have someone shining so brightly that you might be worried that they will burn out, right? They hit the ground running, they're super successful. Now you're just like, whoa, slow down situation. That happens too. I want to highlight that. Those individuals who don't believe they can do anything and should give up can turn it around very, very quickly. And I don't think there's any age. This isn't an age limit. I happen to focus on the most collectively common ones, which is young adults. But older people experience these things too, and they can turn around. Like, I would echo with a more positive spin and say, it's never too late, right? It's never too late. And the euphemism is used to fill in the blanks. Humans are incredibly resilient. If there's any universal here, is love makes them even more resilient and potentially unfathomably creative, you know, accomplishing. Well, let's hope that's the case, right? In the end of the day, I wish that everyone has the sufficient love and care and oversight that they require to at least spend the time that they have on, you know, in this reality anyways. Until then, right? That's the last thing. You're more than welcome to come on by, share your experiences, talk about things, discuss hypotheticals, you know, maybe about your friend. And why not, you know, like the imaginary hypothetical friend. I'm all ears. I love talking about these things. And if there's anything I like about it, is what becomes of it, right? Not necessarily for me, but for others. Be great. Until then, right? Stay, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, maybe not even in this digression. This is the social norm. 大家下次见, right? See you guys next time. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'm not going to end here though. I have one more thing to do. I'm going to play a little bit of Shogun Showdown. for today as planned. And so I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Shogun Showdown. Thanks for hanging out or watching later.